be working for a living. Ooh, weighing compilation. Man, I'm hungry. I think I need a snack. Daydream. What a day for daydreaming boy. What a day for daydream. What a day for daydreaming boy. Somebody want to go outside or something? No, you're good. You just came in. You just came in. Oh, damn it. I gotta go to the store, man. I gotta go to the store. I apologize. I mean, put the starting soon thing up, I guess. Fudge. Go to the gaming, and then go back soon. Shut that off. Shut that.
It's me, Mario. Hello. Press start to play.
Now kind of hung up just a little bit. Oh, I moved the map. I didn't know I could do that. No way.
Are you serious? Did you just discover that?
I gotta try it. Hold on.
Can you believe that? Just touch it. You can go anywhere you want.
That's so cool.
I didn't know it. Can I zoom? Oh, man.
Is your dog here?
Oh, are you serious? They're dog toys?
Are these dog toys?
Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry, but I guess you need a dog. Happy birthday.
Oh my gosh!
I always start with the more detailed stuff, like the graphic and the text, and then work my way out. Sheesh! I'm stoked on how this thing turned out. Almost 4.5 feet tall. This thing is big.
Wait. Pull. 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 Good boy, Norman.
Bitte nicht schubsen. Ich habe Joghurt im Rucksack.
slide your jaw to the left and to the right. And let's have a really like angry, scrunched up face.
Let the bass drop.
Do you have any billionaires? Or is Elon Musk out there? I want to meet Elon Musk. Bring me Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. I want to meet Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos.
For me, I really like corn.
What do you like about corn?
Ever since I was told that corn was real, it tasted good.
Did you think corn wasn't real?
But when I tried it with butter, everything changed. I love corn. Corn.
I love Snoop Deal, Double G, great person.
So do you love Death Row Records?
I love
People of
Death
both
Row.
sides.
I love Death. Excuse me. Fake news. I love Death Row.
Un très bon coup franc à distance pour Barthelmé. Ballon repoussé par Sana. Livolant. Mais c'est quoi ce...
Está lloviendo, estás aquí tirado, estás aquí con las chispis. Aquí andamos, los dos.
Ew, I forgot.
No more Claire Liz.
Good morning, Bella. It is 9:52. Hopefully you slept well. Certainly no one else did, but we're not going to point any fingers. We have some breaking news. An explosion at the diaper station. Fortunately, no injuries have been reported, and authorities tell us they do have a suspect in custody.
Hello everyone! Of course there isn't such thing as too many cool videos, but this mega selection is only for the strongest viewers. Ready to accept this challenge? Then let's get it on.
No kind.
This lucky guy wants to tell us a thing or two about luck. Although bike riders are no strangers to situations like that as well.
Esquece, o homem do gás não erra nunca.
But the luckiest of them all is certainly this driver. Well, seems like we spoke too soon. A job where stress resistance is definitely a must. Looks like pals fighting it out on a Friday night outside the bar. Actually, rodents seem to have a special fighting style. An experienced robber isn't fussy and doesn't go for an easy target. He calmly takes the most valuable stuff. When you finally find the one who caused you so much trouble. Aren't these the guys by any chance related to the hero of the previous videos? I didn't know Chuck Norris was into airsoft. It may seem like you have to worry about the ship, but in fact it was not the one who suffered the most. But still, it wasn't as hard as that mission. That's why the older siblings often dislike the younger ones at first. The last duckling simply decided that with a mother like that he was doomed anyway, but fortunately they were all rescued.
Бегает утка, вот они. Бестолковые. Вот он их вытащил. Вроде побежали дальше.
A short explanation of why rock climbing is difficult.
Put them on belay. Do you have them on belay?
Hang on a second.
Do you have them on belay?
Hang on. You're not on belay yet, but we're getting there.
Can you clip that to your harness?
You're on. Yeah, you're clipped right there then too. Okay, you've got them there?
Hold on, I will.
Okay, you're golden.
Wait.
Thank you very much. Wait.
Wait. Let's put this up here. Put it over here just to redirect.
He's climbing. He's falling.
Got it. Got you. I so got you.
Let's give credit to the cameraman. To continue filming this from such a distance, you need to be a real daredevil.
Oh my god, I'm starving, man. Hey everybody. I don't know what we're looking at, but it's a volcano or something. Nice. Pretty cool. Oh shit. That's a hell of a speedboat. Oh shit. Why are they making that stupid noise? How is that even funny? No dolphin is making that noise after a lightning strike. Idiots.
When you start doing something versus how you finish it.
Ouch.
Our pilot Nelson Esky is still firmly in the cockpit. Our ground crew in the cockpit.
Kids screaming, plane went down. Damn. They kind of let that loose a little prematurely. Fucked up their ship with it. Holy fuck, what the size of that thing? That's crazy.
On.
Perhaps this is the happiest inflatable man on the planet.
Can you land with that? I wonder. Is that enough drag so you can land? I see he's got a
You
parachute
probably
on.
don't believe in this little plane, but it doesn't even need to gain speed to take off.
What?
How your mum sees your room when you haven't cleaned it for a couple of weeks.
Damn it, what's he working on down there?
One day, this guy will finally save us all from dangerous frequencies.
Damn. Damn. That was crazy.
The chemistry lessons we needed at school.
Using just a tiny amount of starting material, an enormous quantity of black foam is explosively created. The actual reaction here is between sulfuric acid and paranitroaniline, and after heating for a few minutes, the mix violently polymerizes into this crazy foam. In fact, this very reaction has been studied by NASA for use in making fireproofing materials. Pretty cool, right?
Pretty cool.
Though this experiment wins in terms of scale.
The brand deal.
Yeah, it didn't go very high.
Oh! Did you hit it? Oh my god! Oh
Have you ever been as close to someone as the bumper of this car is to the pile?
my god!
I'm just looking. Holy fuck, man. Damn, dog. Stupid dog.
From the ground, it looks even more terrifying.
Holy fuck, man. There it goes.
There are 200 gallons of beer inside, so whoever opens this canister will be in for a surprise.
That was close. Oh shit. I was gonna say it's a TV, it's not, it's a board or something. Try something. Piece of glass, a mirror, that's what it is, it's a mirror. Yep. Yep, it's a mirror. I knew it. Huh, shit.
We have to admit the fence did its job well.
How's that? It didn't stop anything.
Give us a like if you think that one day you'll quit your job and start doing this too.
Motherfucker can bite your ass.
Noodling.
Oh, he's injured or something.
We jumped into the net.
That was a different one.
Really?
I swear to Jesus, he took off that way. We're gonna find another one.
Have you ever accidentally thrown away your phone or house keys along with the trash? We feel like they can easily lift it into the air if they wanted to.
Playing a game of whack?
Whack! Oh, man.
Cuidado, cuidado.
Let the tension off on it. Why is he pulling? Let it off.
Suelta la grúa, suéltala.
This plane is preparing for landing with failed landing gear. It'll have to scratch the asphalt with its belly.
Put skid plates on them and probably save a lot of money on wheels. And you probably have to redo the runway a lot more.
This pirate knows a thing or two about multitasking.
Okay, where? I wanted to see this one. I missed this one. I had to go to the store when this one was on, so I'm gonna watch it again. What the heck? If you don't like it, tell me.
Mario! Hello! Press start to play.
Right now, kind of hung up just a little bit. Oh, I moved the map. I didn't know I could do that. No way! Did you just discover that?
I gotta try it.
Hold on. Can you believe that? Just touch it. You can go anywhere you want.
That's so cool.
I didn't know it. Can I zoom? Oh, man.
Have hot dog straw.
Oh, are you serious? They're dog toys?
You
Oh
wanna
my
go outside,
gosh.
Ginger?
I'm so sorry, but I guess you need a dog.
Damn, my dog wants to go. I gotta pause for a second. Wait, you wanna go outside or something? Here I come. Here I come. Here I come. Walking down the street. Getting funny as those from everyone be free. We're just trying to be friends. Man.
Happy birthday. Oh my gosh!
I always start with the more detailed stuff, like the graphic and the text, and then work my way out. Sheesh! I'm stoked on how this thing turned out. Almost 4.5 feet tall. This thing is big.
Nice. Oh shit.
White. Pull. 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 Good boy, Norman.
Bitte nicht schubsen. Ich habe Joghurt im Rucksack.
slide your jaw to the left and to the right. And let's have a really like angry, scrunched up face.
Let the bass drop.
Wicked. Nice. Wow.
Do you have any billionaires? Or is Elon Musk out there? I want to eat Elon Musk. Bring me Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. I want to eat Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. Oh.
Wow. That's pretty wicked.
Me, I really like cone.
What do you like about corn?
Ever since I was told that cone is real, it tasted good.
Did you think corn wasn't real?
But when I tried it with butter, everything changed. I love cone. Cone.
I love Snoop Deal Double G, great person.
So do you love Death Row Records?
I love
People of both
Death Row.
sides.
I love Death. Excuse me. Fake news. I love Death Row.
Très bon coup franc à distance pour Barthelmé. Ballon repoussé par Sana. Livolant. Livolant. Mais c'est quoi ce...
Está lloviendo, estás aquí tirado, estás aquí con la chispis. Aquí andamos, los dos.
It was crazy. Sheep thinks it's a dog. Holy shit, look at him go.
A little more flair, Liz.
Good morning, Bella. It is 9:52. Hopefully you slept well. Certainly no one else did, but we're not going to point any fingers. We have some breaking news. An explosion at the diaper station. Fortunately, no injuries have been reported, and authorities tell us they
She's
do have
fucking
a
hot.
suspect in custody.
That's funny. 14.5 seconds blindfolded. Dude's like, yeah, whatever. There's a man over there in a hat. It's a sailor there. Cool stuff, man. I like that. This is a nice one. Judge Judy's on. Let's watch some bad driving. It's probably most of these ones are not that bad, man.
Anybody up front?
And now, the next case. All parties in the matter of a death versus Deborah and John Hayden are suing their neighbor, Howard Delaney, for damage to their home caused by his house.
Mr. and Mrs. Haydat, it is your claim that Mr. Delaney's horse in your home in your house to over $2,000 and anyone to be responsible for the repairs. Mr. Delaney said that the damage was caused to your pool. The incident occurred because there was a severe windstorm. Is that right? And on what date was the windstorm?
December 17th, 2012.
How long were you in this property?
Wat mag ze? Wat mag?
How many acres do you have?
5.
You could have let him
Prior
in.
to the plaintiffs moving in, was there a fence separating your property and theirs?
Cool. Fence with cement and posts. When the property decided to build a pool, they wanted
Troszkę potrafi wyjść, nie?
so they removed the chain link fence that I had with my permission.
Zmiana pasa ruchu. Chcę zębów nie połamać, nie?
Zmiana pasa ruchu.
Zmiana pasa ruchu. Zmiana pasa ruchu. Zmiana pasa ruchu.
Cocksucker. Big chicken bitch.
O! Na czerwonym pojechał. Że masz nagranie. Uciekł. Goni go. Goni go. On tam cię zatrzyma, nie? Dobra. Zatrzyma się, bo mamy nagranie.
To co?
No to czekaj.
Przestań!
Nie tutaj za nim. Zawróć.
No co ty?
obejrzeć i zapytać, popatrzeć jaki jesteś. Nie?
Oh man. That's very good. Oh, here, where would you grab?
No pojechała.
He was over there, bitch. Huh. He has to do that. Asshole. He used to be yielding to the truck, you moron. Hey, broke it. Whatever, just go.
Uważaj, uważaj! O, spokojnie, ona nie wiedziała, pewnie jakaś
Somebody from America visiting?
Jednokierunkową jedzie.
Horse was able to get into your backyard and cause damage. Did you see this happen? On the morning of December 17th, I watched the first fence panel come down in the high winds.
Ale by była kraksa.
They could destroy our backyard because the rest of his property was fenced, was his horse. I went and knocked on all his doors. No one answered the doors. So I went across the street to our neighbor and asked if she could please call him. And she called him on his home and cell phones. He answered the cell phone, I believe. And she handed me the phone. I spoke with Howard. I said, my fence has been compromised. I'm worried about your horse getting in my yard. And he said, I'll come over in a few hours. Later, his son, Matt, when he showed up, by then I lost a couple more panels to the high winds. And he tried to prop them up. And he said, I can't fix your fence. I said, Howard, I don't want you to fix my fence. I'm worried about your horse coming in my backyard. Why didn't you fix your fence? Remember, 7-mile-an-hour winds, the ground's frozen. I could build a fence. I didn't know what to do. And then he assured me, man, he said, there's no way my horse will step over those down fence panels. He said, there's no way she's coming in your backyard. And I said, Howard, what am I going to do if I find your horse in my backyard? So you call me. Why do you have your phone number, Howard? So he came in the house and wrote down a piece of paper, which I kept. And then he says to me, he points to his shed as he's leaving. He says, there's wire and stakes over there. Why don't you build a fence? And I just said, you just reassured me this horse would never come in my property. No.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Let us assume there was a tornado. Do you think you would be responsible for the damage? No. So you are qualifying what is termed an act of God and what is not. All right.
So much you end up having to do.
He's still gonna come and help me tomorrow and stuff, so he ain't done yet.
How much did you work up to today?
I'll probably give him $100 tomorrow or something. Hopefully he'll be happy with that.
Someone is injured, someone is at fault. Maybe the store manager installed a cheap, slippery floor, or there wasn't proper security after an injury in a hotel, restaurant.
Here, I stole them. Yeah, I ate them all. Left you some crumbs. I was starving. I had a sandwich though before I ate chips, so you know, like I just ate chips. Yeah, I was fucking starving, man. I know I'm an asshole. I made the ham, egg, and cheese when I got home, but when I came home to get some supplies, I made like half a ham sandwich real quick. That last piece of old bread that was left. Nothing. Just don't worry, it's alright. It's not important, sweetheart. Quinn just had something delivered. Food or soda or something. It looked like a sandwich. There's a bag and a drink. I don't know what I'm watching. Some fucking guy driving. Is this guy gonna brake check him? Fucking asshole. He already got it. Yeah, he just had some food delivered. Yeah. So what are we gonna do with that burger? What are you gonna do?
Halo!
Cook it.
Into what?
Bagażnik się pani otworzył!
Wanna come in? Okay. Bless you.
Hey, you guys are crazy.
Roam's free, and as you just said, there is fencing around all the other property, except that it was knocked down as a result of the
Fudge! That tired me out, man. Gotta go back in the morning.
Your Honor, the price of Washington, which I have, clearly states that we are not responsible to keep this animal off our property. It's the responsibility of the owner of the animal to keep it off our property. I have the code here that says we are
Don't read me from the code. Most codes say the owner of any animal, their responsibility is to keep their property adequately safeguarded so that their animals don't trespass on other people's property.
I'm looking at it.
The problem is, Mr. Delancey had done that, and when you inherited property where the prior owner of your property had taken down his secure fence. Now, you had the capability, if you wanted to build another stronger fence in addition to what I consider more of a decorative fence in order to keep his horse out. The problem is, your decorative fence had served its purpose for 3 years. Then there was an act of God, like a windstorm. If there was a windstorm, as your wife said, that's no different from there being a tornado. Let us assume there was a tornado, and the tornado sucked up all the fences, and his horse got out. Do you think he would be responsible for the damage?
in that circumstance, ma'am, no.
So you are qualifying what is termed an act of God and what is not.
Poof! In your face. Hold it, take your waist.
I told you not to get the other toilet paper. Here's the new Charlotte. With its strong and weak texture, new Charlotte Ultra Strong cleans better, fewer sheets, and less effort.
Is everybody ready? Yes.
Here, hon. We know you're clean. We all know. Why not enjoy the go with Charlotte?
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. There are times I wonder, why can't I wear white after Labor Day?
Something on your mind? Chew on it. Twizzlers.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure complete balanced nutrition with 27 vitamins and minerals. And ensure complete with 30 grams of protein.
Hello, everyone! We've seen many amusing work fails, but some mistakes.
And to start screening for colon cancer. Yep, with colon cancer rising in adults under 50, the American Cancer Society recommends starting to screen earlier, at age 45. I'm Cologuard, a non-invasive way to screen at home on your schedule, and I find 92% of colon cancers. I'm for people 45 plus at average risk for colon cancer, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider if Cologuard is right for you.
When you or a loved one is seriously injured in a car accident.
What are you gonna get up back there? Oh, your tester? What tester?
Huh?
What tester?
My poop tester.
Oh, good luck with that.
Yeah, I don't want to do it.
I'm sorry. I don't want to either.
Well, it's got to be done. An ounce of prevention is a whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Gotta be on top of it.
What's happening?
2 years to bring the ship ashore, all because there were more than 4,000 cars on board. The huge freighter had to be dismantled in order to be moved. And then everything got worse. There was an oil spill and much more. No wonder the process took so many months. But the most surprising thing is the initial cause of the accident. It turned out that the MV Golden Ray capsized because of the weight of Kia's crossovers. The cars added too much weight to the ship and caused the dangerous tilt. As a result, the vessel capsized within an hour of leaving port. According to some reports, the cost of evacuating the ship exceeded its own value, more than $840 million. But someone could have done their job right and nothing would have happened. The following story could perhaps be a part of a Stranger Things
She ain't
script.
giving no money
We're on
neither,
Salt
huh?
Lake Pegnor
Ooh,
in Louisiana,
I never saw
which
her.
looks pretty normal. It used to be that
She
way
wasn't
when it was
there
a
all the
freshwater
time.
lake, but in 1980, everything changed. On that terrible day, the lake was the site of regular oil drilling, but then the drill suddenly got stuck and the platform began to tilt, accompanied by a strange screeching sound. The workers rushed to leave the platform, and from the shore they saw something incredible. The gigantic platform sank in a few minutes, although the lake was only 3 meters deep. A whirlpool had formed in the lake, which was getting wider and deeper. After a couple of hours, its diameter was 55 meters. In front of the surprised workers, the whirlpool sucked in a tugboat, 11 barges, a dock, 2 drilling platforms, and even a small island with an artificial garden. We only have one question. How? It's simple. There was a salt mine under the lake and the workers drilled its roof. What's more, there were about 50 people working at this place. Fortunately, they all survived. It is still unclear how the workers on both sides were unaware of the existence of their colleagues. As a result, Lake Pegnor became salinated within a couple of days and its ecosystem was completely changed. Over time, even new species of plants and animals have appeared there, and the depth of the lake has grown up to 100 times. We are now passing through the Hallandsås Tunnel on the west coast of Sweden. Doesn't look anything out of the ordinary, does it? But in reality, this structure has a surprising history. The tunnel took 23 years to build, all because of groundwater and non-uniform ground. Apparently, the builders were too optimistic at the beginning, so they had to constantly change their strategy as they went along and spend more than $1 billion on the project. Many environmental organizations have warned since the beginning of the 21st century that the design of the Oroville Dam in the United States is obsolete and accident-prone. But for some reason, no one listened to them, and 2017 saw not the first, but the most devastating accident in the dam's history. The main problem was the release of water directly onto an unimproved slope, which could not withstand the pressure. The rains in California at the time were terrible, and the sediment around the spillway had simply become eroded. So it was decided to put in place an emergency spillway, but this too was eroding rapidly. It was only when the disaster was imminent that some 200,000 people had to be evacuated from the surrounding area, and subsequent repairs in Oroville Valley took more than 2 years and required no less than $1 billion, far more than what could have been spent on structural improvements before the accident. Have you ever seen a building fall down like this?
Yeah, they excavated from the pool. The steps had to be built in my pool.
I hope we can just
Neither
go
have
back
we.
to being
It turns
neighbors
out that
and
it really is a
reasonably
very
friendly
rare
before.
case that requires certain conditions. You can see one of these cases. This situation took place in China many years ago, and you can only understand how it is possible by analyzing the construction process stage by stage. This is what happened. First, the workers built an ordinary 13-story building. Then they excavated the subway garage and dampened the excavated soil on the other side of the building. Then nature affected the construction as heavy rains fell in Shanghai. Water seeped underground,
Yeah,
eroded
right.
the foundation, and the
Because I don't want to
concrete
be like that old
simply
lady.
broke. Fortunately, there was no one in the building at the time, except for a worker who came
Brand-
in to get his
brand
tools.
new buildings
It's
they
frightening
built
to
over there
imagine
in
the
China
magnitude
just
of the disaster
tipped
if anyone
right
had
over.
been living in the building at
They
the time
didn't
of the
build it
collapse.
right.
Have Death Eaters been here? This ruined structure looks a lot like that famous scene from Harry Potter. But no, this is not Millennium Bridge in London, but the Tacoma Narrows Bridge in Washington State, USA. And these images are unfortunately real. In 1940, when the bridge was not yet in use, it was obvious that something had gone wrong with the construction. Even then, the builders noticed that the bridge started to wobble in windy conditions. However, they decided not to revise the project and left it as it was. As a result, 4 months after its inauguration, the bridge collapsed in 65-kilometer-per-hour winds. Another disaster that occurred out of sheer stupidity. This is the Bahamian oil tanker Prestige, which sank in 2002 and became the source of a major environmental catastrophe off the coast of Europe. First, the ship was caught in a violent storm that caused a crack in its hull. Oil began gushing out of the crack at breakneck speed. The tanker attempted to enter a Spanish port, but was turned back. The Portuguese Coast Guard also refused entry. The rejected ship was towed out to sea, broke in two, and sank, and more than 90,000 cubic meters of oil spilled into the sea. The damage to the environment is easy to imagine.
Terrible.
What do North Korea and Star Wars have in common? Okay, it's a strange question until you see the main skyscraper in Pyongyang, the Ryugyong Hotel. Doesn't it look like the Star Destroyer from the famous saga?
I just want my cover.
Yeah,
How much did you sell the truck for? I sold the truck for $500. Do you want your stuff back? I do want my stuff back, yes.
The site has been abandoned for several decades, which makes it all the more apocalyptic. Construction began in the late 1980s, but the building was never completed. Imagine 330 meters high and 105 floors, absolutely deserted. The reason is quite simple. The North Korean authorities simply did not have enough money to complete the project. As a result, no investor has been found, and to this day, Ryugyong remains unused, with foreign journalists regularly including it in the ranking of the world's ugliest buildings.
Yeah, see?
Whenever your superiors reprimand you for your lack of attention,
I'm
tell them
sorry.
this story. This is a photo of the Spanish submarine S-80 Plus, one of the unluckiest vessels
Looks
in
good in
history.
bed.
First, construction errors
I
prevented
know,
the
looks good in
submarine from
bed.
surfacing after a dive. It was discovered that it had to be lengthened by 10 meters, and so it was done. This helped, but another problem arose. As a result, the
I'm
submarine
good,
did
man.
not fit in the dock. The Ministry of Defense now has to take care
How you
of the
doing, Britt?
expansion
Good
of
to
the
see you,
docks,
man.
and if no new problems arise, the submarine will enter service
I've
in the
been had
next
a busy
few
day. Talking to my
The
wife.
initial project to build 4 submarines cost just over 2 billion euros, but it ended up costing the Spanish
Been
government
busy. How
almost
you been
twice
doing?
as
You
much.
good? Watching Judge Judy right now. Yeah.
Been surprised by your carelessness? Don't worry, there are much worse cases. For example,
I've got a
French
rental
railway
house that
company
we rent
ordered
out.
2,000 subway trains, and they
Somehow
turned
the
out to be
ceiling
too
fell
wide
down
for
in the
most
kid's
platforms.
bedroom.
The experts ended up paying
Looks like
hundreds
they
of
ripped the
millions
damn
of
ceiling
euros for
down. I don't
necessary
know, man.
repairs.
So, spent all morning
What?
putting a new ceiling up. Lovely. Right, heavy. See you soon. I gotta go
Reaction to people's actions is
make
a
up some
huge
burger meat.
facepalm. This is a
Go in the
story from
kitchen.
New Mexico that occurred in 2000. Here near the
Oh,
town of Los
man.
Alamos, workers were burning the remains of dry
I
vegetation.
usually was
as a
gonna play
preventative
some
measure.
Valheim,
They
but
usually do
man,
this to prevent
I
large
think
forest
I don't know.
fires.
Man.
This
I don't
time
even
it was
want
the
to.
other way around. The small works turned into
I
an
can
out
show
of
some
control
stuff.
fire.
It's ridiculous,
The state of
man.
New
And
Mexico was engulfed in one of the biggest
I think the
catastrophes of
kids
recent
did
years.
something. I don't know what
The
happened,
wildfire
man. I
lasted
don't
an
know
entire
what's
month.
happening.
Some 20,000
All I know
hectares of
is there's
forest
no
were
reason
burned
the
and
ceiling to
live
come down.
were
There's
destroyed.
no water.
30,000
There's
people
nothing
had
broken. All the screws are in there. The drywall is solid.
Some London venues offer their customers
Oh
the
man,
unusual
which one?
service of cooking scrambled eggs
I
right
saw
on the
your
street.
building.
You don't need gas or electricity because the temperature is over
Are you
90
guys
degrees
playing on a new
Celsius.
one? You got a
All
different
thanks to
server
this
or the
37-story
one that
skyscraper. See how the sun
that I
reflects off
set
it?
up?
The architects
I
didn't
don't know.
think about it and only realized their mistakes when the building was completed in 2013. The building is not only a
I've been
miracle,
watching goofy videos.
I added his name onto the title in case if there was any.
I haven't seen Warlord. I hope he's doing all right, man. He's not streaming, man. Have you talked to him?
Legally.
I like that building, man. That looks amazing. You're really doing a good job. I left you a sign and
I don't care what the reasons were, he ended
I
his
put
life.
a
And he sold the
put a
truck.
helmet in your chest. I put a helmet in your chest. Did you see that?
And you want the money
I put a sign up.
for the truck.
I don't know if you see it.
Other things going on in finance, but
You can take the sign down if you want. It was just a little note.
then he has a counterclaim because he said you.
Yeah, you talking about this one here?
Property hostage. What property?
The server I got going.
Is actually being held hostage, which actually is all of my items I have in storage.
Okay, so you have items in storage.
We've got a lot of stuff
You all
going.
knew each other. Your cousins.
There's lots of fun stuff to do, man.
Is
So
that
many
his
places to
property?
go, things to
Why
do.
is this property in your storage?
Because we were actually going through some problems and we had to get our stuff out of the place that we were living at and get it into a storage unit. And I was the one that opened the storage unit.
That's
and I've
awesome.
been
I'm
paying
glad.
for said storage unit ever since.
You gotta put a password in? Alright, fuck
It will
that.
be a year as of next month.
Is your property in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Is your property in there?
Yes, ma'am.
I played a bunch yesterday, but this morning I had to
You just want your property.
go. What? I must. Oh, the caps lock was on.
Why can't you?
Caps lock was on.
Because he has decided to withhold information from us on the truck, so we decided we're going
You can wear the helmet.
this property until we hear back from him and everything else.
Oh, great. Okay, now I got it. So you sold this.
Hey, I built the biggest boat we can build so we can go sailing and stuff, man.
We'll get so excited, everybody. It's Chinese food for lunch, and then I will show
If
them.
you need it, if you want to go sailing sometime. The biggest thing is you just got to get your combat skills going. You know what I
I
mean?
sold the truck first because it was in my name also, and the second thing was because it was.
Ha ha ha! Nice.
Stop bobbing and weaving.
Sorry, they had a bed and with no intent.
Is this the place? This is the world you're on over here? Have you been up here yet to this building that Rico made? Man, it's always fucking raining, man.
For insurance, gas, and.
Well, you don't get that back. You don't get insurance, gas, you get that.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, yeah, man. The gear isn't as important as the skills, brother. You gotta have the combat skills. Here's the ship. Look at that ship right there I built.
That's a swear.
There it is.
That's a swear.
Pretty cool, huh?
How much did you sell the truck for?
I sold the truck for $500.
What year truck was it?
There's my boat.
$500, is that right?
There's my dragon boat. I had to get some of the iron out of here.
Now, do you want your stuff back?
I do want my stuff like this.
Yeah.
And they get $500. If they don't have $500, you can't get your stuff. That's your pleasure.
Your Honor, I kind of feel like.
Pleasure? I don't care what you feel.
Ah.
You're totally irrelevant to me. You use mother, friend, she takes care of my feelings. I don't know what kind of feelings. But they get.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Hey, we've got places all over the place, man. I gotta unload this ship because I just recently I got all this iron from over here. This is where I got all that iron from right there. Really? That's a bummer, bro. You did a heck of a job, man. I couldn't believe you were a beginner when I saw your building. I said, damn. For a beginner, you did a pretty nice job. Nice job. I got a lot of iron to move. I need to get my cart and do it. Yeah. I can't jump. I gotta go this way.
Now, I completely disagree with that. Other than the fact that I paid into the vehicle in which I owned legally half the vehicle.
I got a lot of chores to do, man. He needs a bigger chest up here.
That's not the issue.
No, that's the issue that I made.
Lots of copper.
You sold the truck. You told me why you sold it.
But yeah, there's lots of cool places to go and see. It's dangerous though, yeah. But if you ever need anything, let me know. I got lots of stuff. We got good food up here. You come and get some food and stuff. There's all kinds of rings up here to go all different places. Make sure you get the map though. You can always get the map. If you come to this table and look at the table, you can see everything that everybody's seeing. Yeah, it's basically you gotta have posts and you gotta use like the right. You just gotta make sure when you're building, use the beams and the posts down into the ground, and you notice that like when you got the hammer in your hand and you look at a piece, you see how that's yellow. That means it's not as well supported as the green ones. You see green? Green means it's supported. And then when they turn yellow, it means they could use more support. But when it starts to get red, it means it could be in danger of collapsing. See, like these are orange, so they could use some more support down below, you know. Everything goes, see, if it's green, see it's red, that means it needs something below it, I don't know. It's getting too high. Yeah. But, you know, as long as it stands up, it don't really matter. As long as it's standing, it doesn't matter. My other buddy from the UK is building this building over here, right by us. My buddy, Toga Man. Yeah, we gotta get, we're 2 or 3 people so we can go beat the bigger bosses. I got a guy here who's building this right now. Toga Man's building that. He's got a lot of stuff in here. Man, man, these are expensive chairs, man. I don't know where he's getting all the nails from. He's got some workbenches and stuff up here. Yeah, I just built a cool place out of all stone that I moved out of. I don't know if you want to live there. You could move in there if you want, but I don't think you want to. It's right by the swamp. Hey, dang. Thanks for that. You didn't have to do that, buddy. I appreciate it. That's very nice of you, buddy. Like I said, have you seen Warlord recently? I haven't seen it. I hope he's doing all right. Here's a place I just built right here. I just built this place. Check it out. It's pretty cool. I think you'll like it. I built this just as a way station to, look at this. It's got all the modern conveniences. Big fireplace, a bed, giant chest with lots of storage. All that. And all the workshop, all the tools and everything. Workbench, tool racks, forge cooler, anvil. Got all this shit here. I just built this. I'm not even using it anymore. I'm done with it. I'm gonna move on. Yeah, this is pretty cool. And it's got a kiln and a smelter, a stone bench. Yeah, I just built this place.
You all know what your property is. You take your property, and everybody goes home exactly the way they started.
It's free if you wanted to move into it. And I got these cool double doors. Look at these.
What's your pleasure?
2 sets of gates. Then when they close, it makes a cool pattern on the door. Look at that. This is right by the swamp. It's kind of dangerous here. This is far away. Like, your house is right here. I've got your house marked. It's right there. There's your house right there. I don't know where Warlord is. Ain't Warlord up here? He's up there somewhere. On this point. But this is where I am right now. Way the fuck over here. Thank you for the subscription, man. Oh, man. But enjoy yourself on the server. I hope you enjoy it. Can't wait till we're all get some combat skills and we can go beat some bosses. I can help you beat the first boss if you want. I need to take some of this shit back to the other place. Oh yeah, oh wow. Whoa, oh wow, well, thanks man. Going to the army? Wow, have fun there. My wife was in the army. Well, once you get all the stuff built up, everybody can doing blacksmithing. Yeah, we just got to get the. You got to keep beating the bosses to get the new technology. We're only at iron right now. We need to go higher. Need to go higher. Need to take some of this shit to back to the other place.
Oh, I called him on the cell phone.
Damn it. Whose is this stuff?
And your brother works?
Yes.
I don't know whose stuff that is and why it's in here.
Is he a married man?
Huh.
Have children?
Where's my big hammer? I think it's in this boat.
No.
Do you have children?
It's in the boat.
How many?
5.
Do you live with any of them?
Yes, 2 of them live with me.
How old
Yeah, that's a lot of damn chores in this game. Planting food and chopping trees and all that shit. I don't know. I got any food planted? Yeah, I got onions over there. I gotta harvest.
Is that right?
Yeah, onions and turnips.
What did you tell him?
Look at all this shit.
Had you already seen the judge?
That's awesome. That's awesome, man.
Did you know?
Yeah, I know how it is. My wife was in the army here in the States.
The next day after you spoke to your
You gotta do a lot of farming and all that shit. Man, cool, man. Yeah, if you get a better computer, it's easier. Look at all you got. There's gardening. You can tame animals, all kinds of shit.
Yes.
What did he say to you?
He said that it would cost $2,500 to fill him out.
How would you know that, sir?
How would I know what
I
Did you know your bell?
Inventory management sucks, I'll tell you what.
He asked me what my bell was.
Who asked you?
My brother did.
Who told you what your bail was?
The jail did.
Sorry, I'm just trying to store shit that I
So
don't
you knew
need.
your bail was $2,500?
Yes.
And then if you didn't come up with
So much junk.
$2,500 on Monday, you were
Oh,
going to
yeah. Well, that's what we're working on. It takes time. The thing is with this, yeah, that's pretty neat for a building. But unfortunately, with this game works, you have to keep expanding and moving out and finding new resources and conquering the new bosses. So to actually have a place where you stay all the time is kind of difficult.
Oh, to him, not to me. To me, you don't have to thank.
You know, but yeah, you can always come back to a place like this where Rico built. This is a good place to start, really. Rico built all this, you know that, of course. And, this is a pretty good place to start building around. That's what I'm saying. Like Buddy Toga built a building down there. And you can always move over here and start building another building around this area, you know. We just try to give each other enough room, you know. See, I've got roads here. See, I make roads and stuff. I build roads. You need roads to run. You need roads.
Control starts with a call. Using Coleman. 800.
There's a stupid skeleton coming. He wants to play. Yeah. Oh well. Well, the thing is some places the resources run out. Like iron. Iron is a finite resource. Once you go to a swamp and you dig out all the iron, it's gone. So you have to keep going. Some resources don't respawn. Like trees will grow, and some stuff comes back, but animals come back. But other places you can't. If you need more iron, you have to keep exploring, and you have to find a new swamp area to get iron at and stuff. And I've been planting trees here. No, not really. You don't have to. I can make it reset the dungeons, but I'm just gonna let it go for a while because we haven't found that much swamp yet. We've only found 1, 2, like 3 swamp areas. So, you know, and there's so much left, so there's no sense in doing it. I can reset it, but to me, that's kind of cheating, you know, I mean. I could make it come back if I just run a reset spawn command.
I can shop a huge selection of beer, wine, and liquor. I just open the app, and it's at my door in under 60 minutes. Drizzly also lets me shop from multiple stores.
I mean, if we get to the point where we actually explore most of the whole map and there's nowhere to get iron and some certain resources again, then I guess you could run the command, but I doubt we'll cover the whole map and get that far before we get tired of it. See, I've beat 2 of the bosses, but there's still 3 minimum left. Probably more. I don't know. Our next one, we gotta kill the elder right there. See this one here, Ike there, right there? That's right by your house. We can kill that one easy. He's easy to kill.
Name is? Do you have any children together?
But the next one we gotta do is the elder. And then we gotta do Bone Mass. He's here in the swamp. You kill Bone Mass, and then we can go get Silver. That's the guy we gotta kill.
Take care of all 5 of your children. 2 of them you say live with you. 12 and a 7. Tell me how much.
Yeah, we gotta kill Bone Mass. That's our goal. Right there. Kill this motherfucker right here. I messaged the warlord on his Facebook, but I guess he don't use that much. Damn, I just got shit in my eyes because I worked on drywall and everything was over my head and I had glasses on, but still shit got in my eyes, man.
If they took the
Oh, my eyes are just red. And my sides.
for back child support, that means you
Wow, really? An hour or two, man? Wow. Shouldn't tell you, it's not a very big game, is it? But anyway, yeah, I'm probably gonna chill out on it anyway.
You said, I take care of my children. You don't take care of your children.
I'm wore out. I worked at my rental house all morning.
If you don't support them, it does.
I worked at my rental house all fucking morning, man.
Told me in
Tired me out.
about you, Mr. Farrell. He said that you came down to the jail.
Might watch some videos or something. I've been watching goofy videos, you know. That's a fun thing to do when I'm just bored, you know. Yeah, I'm yawning. I'm sorry, man. It's not that. I'm just had a long day, man.
Because, thank you. Oh, to him, not to me. To me, you don't have to thank. What's wrong with you?
I got some hamburger in the fridge oven. I need to spice it up and make it into hamburger patties. I guess I could put it on the camera and go do that. Ooh, 200 incredible things caught on camera.
How would you send it to his girlfriend if you had it on a credit card?
It was wired online.
Fail Army, best of the year.
When I use a credit card to
Just show me proof of that.
People had a bad day.
I'm liking you less and less, sir. You don't have to have a contract because
That's cool.
he would have gotten the bail back.
Wow, you're out in the forest. That's awesome, man. I would love to live in a forest,
I
man.
want you to try to concentrate on what I'm saying. I know that I may be dealing with someone who is challenged, but I
Let's
want
watch
you to
this
try to
crap.
Hello everyone. Let's wish this girl luck in getting all this sand back. Let's check out other mishaps from today's selection. Let's get it on. Imagine you're finally going on vacation, and the first thing you see through the window is this.
Perfect. Well, the plane will be lighter. We'll save gas.
I told you not to get the other toy.
Nice. So you can inspect the engine while it's running.
With its diamond weave texture.
Or would you rather take this flight?
Oh shit. Oh, a bit of a hole. Oh, a piece of the. That probably happened when it landed. A piece of the tire shredded off and went through the fuselage. That's what happened there.
Few people know that Limp Bizkit dedicated their famous track to this poor fellow.
Rolling, 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 rolling. Yeah, that's him. Yeah. Oh man.
If your beer party isn't like this,
Oh,
don't
fuck.
even bother inviting me.
It's just beer. What the fuck, man? They fucked up there.
So you're 45. That's the perfect age to see some old friends, explore new worlds, and to start screening for colon.
Yeah, Valheim is small, yeah. Yeah, it is pretty small. That's what's cool about it. It's not. It doesn't take up a lot of space. But it's still very
Let's pretend to be
interesting.
insurers and try to estimate the damage. Share your estimates in the comments.
Not hybrids. False positive and negative results may occur.
Damn.
Provider if Cologuard is right for you.
Well, that sucks.
When you hire a team of construction
Oh,
workers, you promise to charge
fuck.
you 3 times less than others for the job.
There you go, bruh.
Keeping you one step ahead of eczema.
Hide my
Fucking idiots.
not me.
And that means long-lasting, clearer skin.
Oh,
The captain
shit.
clearly couldn't see it coming, and it was too late to go back.
Hide my skin, not me.
Damn.
Reactions can occur. They can be severe. Tell your doctor about
And here's the price of his negligence. It's a convertible now.
I have a problem.
Oh, fuck, man. Wow.
At sea, it's customary not to retreat in front of obstacles.
That's the kind of change you notice. Talk to your eczema specialist about Dupixent, a breakthrough eczema treatment.
He just slammed that barge. He's full blast. He's fucking blasting that thing.
Most likely, he's calling the job center to find a new job now.
These and yours it's
Answer the question, Tyler.
yeah, Tyler. Answer the question. Get out of here, Will.
If you want a little something sweet in the morning, choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new home-style French toast
Right.
sticks.
Oh my god. The whole ripped the whole fucking thing off there, man. Look at that.
So he would have gotten the bail back, except that you
Nice.
owed back child support. Now, he didn't have
Oh shit, I wouldn't be under that. That's a pool.
He didn't have any
They're putting a
Good
pool
thing
in the
this brand new
backyard.
house will have a swimming pool in the yard, though not exactly where they wanted it to be.
you did. They're your children. They're not his
Ah, that's
responsibility to support any more than your
Oh man, the outrigger went right through the fucking street,
It's
man.
a bird's responsibility to support. Do you want to make that
Damn.
clear to you? Perfect.
That sucks.
Judging for the plaintiff in the amount of $26.76. Listen, sometimes, people are separated at birth.
We suspect that the driver is in cahoots with a local car wash.
Oh man, he's fucking them cars up, man. That's nasty.
Christmas is probably more than enough. Thank you. That's all.
That's gross. Oh, there he goes. That fucker's gone. Oh, damn.
That was fair. My brother called me from jail. Obviously, he owed me the money. I'm glad I got my money back. I mean, I guess it is what it is. I really don't agree with the
Well,
decision.
at least the
Oh,
window
that's
filters
cool.
the water. It seems
I haven't seen him
like
streaming
it's
at all. I was hoping I just hope he feels well, man. Was he streaming or just
Your
playing?
package has almost arrived.
He still told me he would pay me back. I went to court,
Damn, man.
prove that he actually, sent the money, but that's the way it worked out, and they just looked at it.
Ah, that's cool.
In New Zealand, the Ent lost the battle.
Ah, poor tree. Nice tree, man.
So as soon as I went back to work, I was gonna work it out and pay back.
Yeah, you got that right.
Cleared it out with the sun enough for him.
Too bad. That was a nice tree, man.
Though he tried to fight back.
Yeah.
It's sour now.
Took half the house with it.
I don't know. It's kind of hurt our relationship, but I mean, he's still my brother. I leave in jail. You better not call me again.
This Zill vehicle is trying to pull the car out of the ravine.
He's gonna flip over or something, looks like. Oh, hell. Damn!
And it looks like it's not the first attempt.
That sucks. Oh, hell, look at that. The whole building just collapsed. Hope there was nobody in there.
Feels like it was a cardboard decoration. Luckily, the house had already been empty by that time. But that won't save the chief engineer from having a very bad day.
It's our huge Labor Day sale at Family.
I was gonna fuck that boat up. It's fucked, man.
seems like that same engineer was designing this boat.
It was a nice boat, so yeah, shredded.
College football returns this weekend, and FanDuel is putting you at the center of every rivalry. Because right
I
now,
better go to
FanDuel
work.
is giving all customers a
Huh.
no sweat bet. That's free bets back if your bet doesn't win for everybody. So all Labor Day weekend, bet on your favorite.
Damn. Stop with the stupid porpoise noises. That's so stupid, man. Damn. That's a lot of damage. Why the porpoise noises? That's so stupid.
You can design a perfect interior for your apartment. But
Oh,
what's
shit.
the point if you have a dog like that?
I guess. They weren't saying much. Maybe they were, yeah. I didn't really hear them say anything. Yeah, I guess they were making little comments. This still is stupid, and I hate the porpoise noise. Do a beep or something. Oh my god.
Does anyone know if the paint will survive this hydro massage? The ship of the Norwegian Navy is a little tired on the post.
Oh man.
Mr. Gale, you are a homeowner.
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been
Oh my gosh.
And I assume you have
Let me show you some pictures of what I did this morning. Let me show you real quick.
the front of your house look like.
Yeah, I'll show you.
I'd like to take a look.
Hey, damn. Yeah, right. That's where I got to my damn rental house. All this drywall was pulled down.
Yes, ma'am.
Needed trimming. You saw Mr. Gutierrez doing some work across the street?
And
You were doing some work for one of his neighbors?
there's
And you
no
saw Mr. Gutierrez, and you
water,
asked
no
him to come
nothing.
over to your
I
property
got
because you wanted to get an estimate, I assume, from him to do some trimming.
Exactly.
See?
It's all down in little tiny pieces. That didn't be. Somebody pulled that down. Drywall don't fall down in 10, 5 or 6 or 7 little pieces. You know? And then they had all their equipment laying there.
Did you show him the trees?
We were looking at them.
I turned on the TV, it worked fine. Nothing here was even plugged in, it's just sitting there.
Yes, ma'am.
They put that shit there on purpose. And this computer's 15 fucking years old, doesn't even have a power cord in it or nothing. So they're probably, so if they try and say I broke their computer, they're full of shit. The computer's like a tank. I've been building computers for 30 years.
$150. Would you agree to pay?
There's just some marks on the door.
And when did you come back, Mr. Gutierrez?
That's stupid, man.
On the 21st.
Hey, my puppy dog. He's my baby doggy.
To do the job.
She's so pretty.
Were you at home?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do, Mr. Gutierrez?
Okay, at first, his car was ready.
Yeah, I do all kinds of crazy shit.
To move the car because
Here's
once
my
they
baby
drop the
puppy.
tree, it might go toward the driveway
She's got
of the car.
a bone in her pack.
Because once I remove
You live in England, it's not worth it.
a chance, you know, accidents do happen, but I didn't.
I could build you one, but
Case, Mr. Gutierrez, because the plaintiff
I don't think it'd be. Shipping would be crazy expensive, I bet.
huge trees. I mean, they're huge trees. They've been there at least, these trees look
Just
like
buy a
they've been
decent
there
one.
for 14 years.
More than that.
Yeah, we do.
Certainly to trim the
That was the last cowboy show I did.
It's a reasonable.
Okay, may I please?
I like to do cowboy shows. You ever see them?
But that's what the case is about. He said that he blinked and cut down the two
There I am, dressed up as a cowboy.
He wanted me to cut it down. He was complaining about the tree, how it's growing this way and growing that way. And even though it's a pretty tree, I'm listening to him, but I'm also thinking, well, you know, I told him I have a crepe myrtle in my yard. And they grow pretty fast. Yeah, I agree with that, you know. But the thing is, his last words to me was cut it down. That's exactly what
Mr. Gutierrez,
Yes, ma'am.
clearly there was a miscommunication.
Oh, really? Just to, you live in the UK, right?
I have photos of the match.
I'd like to take a look at it.
There's a gunfight we did. This is right down the street from my house where we do gun shows and cowboy stuff. Wow, that's not bad.
You're about to see a dramatization of one of the famous bank robberies in history. The robbery of the Bank of Abilene. Names have been changed in some cases, so the story can be told to you in more accurate detail. But the story, just as it will happen here, is true.
Cassandra, your telephone number is 7775.
There's a big crowd of people there, off to the right side. They have to stay behind the rocks.
In which the gunfight
Some of the kids are just sitting up close.
killer and robber was in his prime in the West. From the Rio Grande to the mighty Pacific.
I love to do this shit. The best thing I love to do is pretend to be a cowboy. That's one of my most favorite things to do, man.
Just a few miles from where you're standing right now, gunfighters ran rampant. Many started out as simply young men looking for adventure. Others learned to use guns skillfully in the Civil War, which had just concluded. And some, including the notorious Gore brothers, who you'll see die for their sins in this story, just like the
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there's a... trying to think what it is. There's a wild something. And it's hard to get into that one, but they're one of the best RP servers out there. Yeah, I love to play Red Dead. It's a good game. I got it.
To those who lived there in the 1880s, it was usually
I played a bunch of them.
in their constant practice of preying on honest, hard-working people who carried their gold with them much of the time. They developed a mean, cruel streak. You could spot it if you looked closely.
Well, I don't know. I looked at the page to sign up for it. I don't think you have to be a streamer. I don't think so. No.
Robbers and killers on the frontier. And over there by the saloon, see the cat-like rock in the
But
shady
it
alley.
helps, I bet. I was looking at the sign-up page for it.
Brother Baxter Gore. Both of these men were known outlaws who killed just for the sheer
I play a deputy in this
They
one.
robbed banks, stages,
Usually I'm a bad guy. To that day I got to be a deputy.
even when there was no resistance. These two outlaws had stolen spirited horses from the Comanche Indians only last night, and now had them tied just around the corner. The date was Friday the 13th, considered unlucky by some. But to these cold-blooded killers it meant nothing. They always felt they made their own luck with their guns. Notice that they walk into the bank, not quite at the same time, as though they never saw each other before. There's Luke Settles, the local Abilene Wells Fargo.
Yeah, we just play these little skits out, you know. Some take 5 to 10 minutes. Sometimes they're a little more elaborate.
Mr. Gutierrez cut down the 2 trees. He actually cut the stumps pretty close to the front, pretty close. There's the people who did my tree work for them so close. He did not grind out the stumps, which I assume that you have to take care of doing.
As he enters the bank, he sees that the Gore brothers are holding it up. Now, Luke sees what's happening and runs back into the street, crying for Marshal Potter to help those at the bank who are at the mercy of the cold-blooded ruthless
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Baxter Gore hears Luke sounding the alarm.
There's the action.
Over the bank. Just
Uh-oh.
as he would swat a fly,
They shot him.
no more
Not Luke.
He guns
Luke.
Luke settles down in the dust with one well-placed shot.
That means with regard to trees. But it definitely says cut. It doesn't say.
Marshal Potter and Deputy Billy Weathers heard the gunfire, which was the first inkling they'd had that there was trouble. They spotted Luke in the street and ran to him. With his dying breath,
There I am. I'm on the left
the
there.
Gore brothers are holding up the bank. Then he slumps in the marshal's arms, another victim of the ruthless Gore brothers. Letting their friend Luke settles gently down into the dust, the two lawmen stealthily crept toward the bank with drawn guns. They knew they could expect a deadly battle from the notorious Gore brothers. And as they neared the bank, the Gore brothers stepped out, not realizing the lawmen were approaching. They saw the Gore brothers fired fast and and the deputy did the same, firing as
Too bad I'm hiding behind the well most of the fucking video. I'm an asshole. That's my camera I set up. Didn't even realize where I was standing.
When the fight was over, both Gore brothers lay dead in the dust of Abilene's main street. The $8,620 they'd robbed from the Abilene bank was picked up by Marshal Potter and returned to the bank. Before going into the bank, he motioned to several
We had a lot of fun
bystanders to
doing
drag
that
the
stuff.
dead outlaws
I don't play it. I'd rather do it in real life,
They
Britt.
stepped out to get the job over. They weren't strangers to death in this wild frontier town. And now a strange twist to this true story. When Baxter Gore entered the bank, he flashed a $100 bill, big money in the 1880s, to distract one cashier, while Jeremiah got the drop on the other cashier. When the killers left the bank with their loot, Baxter stuffed his own $100 bill into the sack. Therefore, when the bank officials checked their receipts after the holdup, they found $100 extra in the pouch. The holdup had cost the Gore brothers $100 of their own ill-gotten money, as well as their lives.
And we had fun doing that shit. Hear all the people applauding? There's a bunch of people there. You just don't see them. Yeah, we had a lot of fun doing that shit. Oh, well, anyway. Oh, man. I gotta go in the kitchen and make up some hamburger meat.
Richard Gutierrez Sr. killed his trees.
Now, I guarantee you, sir, Mr. Gutierrez worked a lot harder to cut down these 2 trees and schlepped them
Let's
into the
watch
back
some more of this
of
junk.
the house that he would have if he just trimmed them.
Oh, yeah.
This video gets more disturbing with every second.
Oh, shit. Flooding.
It didn't
That's
do
not
less
good.
work, he did more work. And it's because it's your responsibility as a homeowner to communicate with him in a reasonable fashion. Did you want to kill him?
I wanted to kill Mr. Gutierrez actually.
Where's she gonna go? Oh, shit. Dude, turn around and running.
Do you spell the word shake? Good. The house doesn't go bad. You're gonna have to plant new trees if you want new trees. Otherwise, get the stumps removed. It was a miscommunication. It was not negligent. And the miscommunication was yours, sir, because they were your trees. You should have communicated with them exactly what you wanted, and put it on more than a piece of paper like this. What? Kids, it's your tree. You have to communicate with the work person exactly
Damn.
what you want. And what you wrote here is cut.
Let him go, he's in pain.
Oh, fuck.
Nobody, Mr. Gutierrez did. And that's his business. Fine.
What the fuck? Oh, she's just gonna break the window. There it goes. Bam.
Communication is important. You know, I'm not
If your day got ruined when you left your
What are you
keys inside
doing?
the car, it can still get better. Just don't do
Just
what
break the
she
window. It's gonna break any second.
And now, the next case.
Although,
There-
of
there
course,
you
that
go.
way works too.
You got it now.
Arlena Jones is suing her
Oh,
former
shit,
friend.
man. The ocean is fucking scary, man.
You need to look on the bright side. For example, the guys won't have to wash the deck today.
Jones, the defendant was a friend of yours. About a year ago, you decided that you needed a car that was bigger than the one you were driving. You had a loan on the one you were driving. You had purchased that car when?
November 2013.
And what year make car was it?
2010 Impala.
How much did
And
you pay
here,
for it?
instead of one
Oh,
Nissan,
fuck.
someone
Your
now
monthly
has
payments
two.
were how much?
Yeah.
And when was the loan supposed to be paid off?
March 17th of this year. May 17th of this year, I'm sorry.
According to what you told me in your complaint, Miss Garcia
There's a McDonald's sign, man.
car payments that were
And it's all rusted.
Actually, the guys were making fittings, but the machine decided to turn it into modern art.
your car. You gave her the instructions on how to make the payments.
Oh, you better shut that motherfucker down.
She made April's payment, $319 a month. But you say she did not make May and June.
Correct.
And she had the car in May and June.
Yes.
And then you repossessed the car.
July.
They say blue colour has a calming effect, but not this time.
That you want her to be responsible for.
Yes.
Well, let's first talk about the payments of May
Oh,
and
hell.
June. Miss Garcia, Miss Jones, I would like each of you to show me proof that you made a
Oh,
car payment
how did the footage from the
for
SCP
May and
Foundation
June
archive end up here?
2016. This is
What
not
the
a part of
fuck?
the
Just imagine what a great ASMR the driver
Oh,
gets to listen to.
wow.
I understand, but I have proof that I did pay.
Wow.
She says right here that I paid the car payment.
No, listen to
That's a
me.
lot of glass.
Your bank statement or a receipt that you made the car payment in May and June.
I don't have my bank statement.
Why not?
I couldn't get it.
Do you call this a bad day? Looks like quite a good catch.
I didn't have time to get the bank statement.
Well, then you're
Better
not ready
than
to
this
trial.
anyway.
It was one payment.
My.
In July.
That fish should eat that
She owes
guy.
$638 for May and June. Now,
No time for questions. Just run along with these guys.
I don't want to hear you. I don't want to hear you. When you come prepared for court, you have two things that you have to be prepared for. A payment in May and a payment in June. You have a whole lot of papers there, but no proof of payment because you work a full-time job and you're busy.
Damn, was that a flood? Yeah, it's a flood. Holy shit.
This is footage of a flood in the mountains of Pakistan. The views there are gorgeous, but incidents like that happen quite often.
After 2 months, when you had paid 6 months worth of car insurance.
And I continued to keep insurance on the car.
A reason why you should never save on mortar.
Wow. That looks pretty weak. Wow.
What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong. It's used to be done.
So what happened?
Still in the dumps.
The people have spoken. And y'all are going crazy for Papa John's epic pepperoni stuffed crust pizza. Because this ain't just any old stuffed crust. No, it's Papa John's signature pepperoni hand stuffed into that Papa John's.
Give this video a like if you're also trying to estimate how many times you could fuel your car with all of this wasted gas.
When should I hire an attorney? I tell them as soon as possible. When it comes to
Oh, shit.
It's as if the stairs are mocking the guy. This situation would look kind of hopeless if not for the police officer who came to the rescue.
You've got nothing to lose by calling. We offer free consultations and not pay to win your case. So call Ponzi Law, Justice for All, 615-214-4321.
Oh, shit.
In case
That's
you're wondering,
creepy.
this is a Philippine eagle, but we'd rather watch it in reverse.
The internet doesn't have to be
Well, enough of bad days for today. Give this video a like if you felt sorry for the unlucky guys. Tell us about your worst day in the comments as well, and see you soon.
Hey squad, like to see your life in comics. Stories that are so embarrassing that even your friends don't know about them. Don't say you don't have such stories. They belong on the Anon Please channel. Check it out. Click here.
Those we cherish most. To the people all around.
Damn it, do I really want to get up? I don't want to get up and make burgers yet. I guess I should. It's 4:20. We could go outside on the porch. Could go on the porch.
A dental tool is round for a reason. So is an Oral-B. Round cleans better by surrounding each tooth. So clean, you'll feel like you just left the dentist. Oral-B. Brush like a pro.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks
Good try this one.
Just one dose starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms.
Hello, everyone.
9 to none.
Without further ado, let's gracefully dive right into our new selection to check out
Enjoy
lots
the
of
stuff. Be right back,
spectacular and
guys.
funny footage
Enjoy
from
the video.
surveillance cameras. Let's get it on.
Former friend Kristen Garcia owes for car payments, car damage, and ruined credit. Kristen is countersued for insurance premiums and harassment.
The dog will obviously have something to confess to the owner after such a violent reaction to the police.
It's not an answer. I know it's not Miss Susie, but I had to get another motor for my car. I don't care whether I get another motor or not. Excuse me, sir. Listen to me carefully. You are you her expert?
Oh shit.
Stand back.
That ain't good.
Tell me your name. How do you know her?
I'm her husband.
Sit down.
Today, one of them will come home and say, "Honey, I was on a roll today."
It's going through that gate.
Contemplate this, that she took back the car after 2 months, but you had paid 6 months worth of car.
Oh, I hope he's alright.
I don't care about that.
I didn't have the car in my possession.
Yeah, man.
You didn't have the car in your possession because you didn't pay May and June. And if you didn't pay her May and June, she had every right to take the car back. And if you got your insurance, you should have car back July 4th. You didn't pay May and June.
What if you want to help nature, but it doesn't really care about itself?
That's your fault. You didn't pay for it. That's to the plaintiff in the amount of $638. You can't pay this
You can hardly think of a worse way to high five.
I kept insurance for over 6 months, even after I didn't have the car.
He needed to buy his own car.
And now, the next case. All parties in the matter of
It's been a while since we showed you legendary moments in the history of sports.
Oh shit.
For an unpaid loan to buy a
What the?
Condos, I'm going to start with you, sir.
What the
The
fuck?
letter says that she helped you out because you didn't
That
have
was
the
crazy.
She made a loan to you in order for you to buy a truck.
Yes, ma'am.
When did you purchase this truck?
It was about a year ago.
At that time, were you living with your mother?
Yes, ma'am.
How long had you been living with your mother?
That time, I say maybe about a year or 2.
Were you working?
Ouch.
That's what the
Damn.
for the vehicle so I can get a job.
So for the year or 2 that you weren't working, was your mom supporting you?
Yes, ma'am.
She was supporting you.
Yes.
What does your mom do?
She's a school bus driver.
So she works.
Yes.
How much money did your mother give you for this truck?
We bet that, of these two, the one on the right usually takes this good boy to the vet.
A couple little maintenance things and stuff like that.
Do you still have the truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you use it to go to work?
I'm currently not working right now.
Where are you living?
Staying with friends and family.
When did you have an argument with your mother?
That was probably about a month or 2.
Those boom barriers also deserve a good old thrashing.
She's funny. Hey, fuck you, gay man, bitch.
Provide for myself.
Yeah, shit.
Get back on my feet.
And what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with it?
I like how she smacks the thing with it once after she curls it off.
So what happened?
She's like, fuck you,
Still in
bitch.
the dumps.
Closed captioning sponsored by. Sherman. No wonder I don't feel as clean.
You've been in there forever.
I'm trying. Cheap stuff
I told you not to get the other toilet paper. Here's the new Charmin Ultra Strong.
My bottom's been saved.
To meet someone on this dance floor, you don't need to do anything at all.
Everybody waiting for this.
Okay, hon. We know you're clean. We all go. Why not enjoy the good?
Alright, guys, so we back a little bit. I gotta take a bio break. There is the bathroom.
Real cases.
Is this a crossover between The Mist and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? If someone says that smoking breaks help you relax, don't believe it. If it hurts you to see these shots, better skip this video right now. So if time travel isn't real, how did she text herself from the future with a warning? Remember, it's important to be persistent, like a truck driver. Calm, like the other guys on the road, and most importantly, unbending, like this pole. We feel like of all the possible fasteners in the store, he chose chewing gum. Some places are so attractive that it's simply impossible not to go there. Give this video a like if you act the same way when you notice a bug or a lizard on you. The most ferocious opponent the delivery guys ever faced. This car is doing a better job at exiting the parking lot than many cars with actual drivers inside. Being successful is when you forget which car you came in because you have so many of them. Wishing you to achieve the same level of success someday. A soft test for the most sensitive alarm. So sad when you go to the gym every day, but ladies tremble not before you, but this shorty. A pickup truck and a lone pole in an empty parking lot. You've already guessed what had happened, right? There's always someone who's afraid of being late for the flight and tries to get to the airport 18 hours in advance. You think they stopped to steal that billboard? Well, you have to have a little more faith in people. It's been a while since karma has worked so quickly and effectively. And this is it for today. Give us a like if you enjoyed your time with us, leave a comment, and see you soon. If we delve deeper into the SCP Foundation archives, we'll find protocols no one has seen before. These are stories of people who were unfortunate enough to encounter the most anomalous SCP objects, eerie creatures and dreadful places. Few remained alive to tell the tale. But these chronicles will reveal what you definitely did not know about these objects.
The world is filled with beautiful places to visit from shore to shore, but what about the anomalies of the world? Nature doesn't always do things by the book, and there are a few creepy, strange and seemingly impossible places to prove it. So without further ado, here are 15 scientifically impossible places that actually exist. Before we get started, don't forget to smash the like button, subscribe and click the notification bell for more such amazing content. Let's begin. Movila Cave. In southeastern Romania, there's a cave that was locked away from the slightest ray of light for an estimated 5.5 million years, and that has a completely different atmosphere from the Earth. The cave was discovered by workers looking to set up a power plant. They tested the ground to see if it was a safe place to build and cracked open a pathway that leads into one of the strangest places on Earth. If you descend through the narrow shaft and past a series of tunnels, you enter a chamber with a lake of sulfuric water stinking of rotten eggs. The air there is toxic, filled with hydrogen sulfide and contaminated with 100 times the surface level of carbon dioxide. The strangest part, though, is that a whole ecosystem has survived inside. Researchers have found 33 species inside the cave that don't exist anywhere outside of it. They've adapted to survive in a sulfuric atmosphere, living by feeding off a foam on top of the stones. Cliff eggs. This is certainly the case with one rock cliff in China's Guizhou province called Chandaya, which has been baffling geologists for decades. No one seems to be able to explain the unusual stone formations it creates every 30 years. The Mandarin name Chandaya translates to egg-laying cliff, and it's just as bizarre as the name would suggest. This 65-foot-long formation has been mysteriously sprouting stone eggs for generations, and no one has been able to explain why. According to Shui people from the local Gulusai village nearby, the egg formations take 30 years to develop. Villagers have known about this strange phenomenon for generations, and many of them journey to the cliff to touch the god eggs, believing that they bring good luck. In fact, nearly every one of the 125 Shui families who live in the Gulusai village have at least one of the eggs displayed in their home for worship, and there are plenty more scattered throughout the village as a sign of good luck and prosperity. Growing idol. Located in the Karnool district, Yaganti, India, is a popular shrine of Lord Shiva that sees devotees thronging to it in large numbers every year. Interestingly, the Nandi statue set up here has seen a growth in its size over the years, and it's not a myth. Archaeological Survey of India has confirmed that the idol increases by 1 inch in every 20 years. Experiments suggest that the rock used to make the idol exhibits a growing nature. Another mystery surrounding this place is that, if legend is to be believed, a sage cursed the crows from entering the temple, and so no sign of crows can be seen here. Strange magnetic lake. Most tourists come to Aurangabad to visit the Ajanta and Ellora UNESCO World Heritage Sites, but never make it as far as Lonar. Lonar Lake is located 4 hours' drive from Aurangabad in the Buldana district in the state of Maharashtra, western India. It's not visited by many tourists because many people are unaware of this beautiful and mysterious place. In November 2004, NASA's Terra satellite acquired a great image of the mysterious lake. Scientists
Anything
have long
over
been puzzled by the
200,
strange electromagnetic
300,
disturbance
less
in this
than
area
1,000
and
is
have
12
tried to
months
find a
free
cause. The lake's water is not
finance.
normal, and the lake itself appears to be
Anything
completely
1,000 less
misplaced.
than 2,000
NASA
is 18
scientists and
months.
Geological Survey of India
Anything over
officials have long wondered
2,000
how
is
Lonar Lake
24
can
months.
exist and what's wrong with it.
So,
Lonar Lake is approximately
just letting
150
you
metres or
know.
500 feet deep, with an average diameter of almost 1,830
wanted
metres
to
or
make
6,000
any
feet.
purchases
The
for the
perfectly circular
porch
lake
or
shows
whatever,
evidence of higher magnetic readings than the surrounding area.
you need to do it in
Lonar
the
Lake
next
has triggered scientists
5
and officials
days.
to attempt answers to questions like, why is the lake alkaline and saline at the same time? Why does it support microorganisms rarely found elsewhere on Earth? Why do compasses fail to work in certain parts of the crater? And what lurks at the bottom? Geologists suggest that the lake could in fact be a meteor impact crater. Objects that came from space are generally more electromagnetic than material that they strike on terrestrial Earth. While examining the lake and water, local geologists found minerals and rock fragments that are formed when high-pressure, high-temperature metamorphism occurs. Scientists discovered unusual minerals like masculinite, a kind of naturally occurring glass that's only formed by extremely high-velocity impacts. So there is enough scientific evidence to state that Lonar Lake was formed when a 2 million ton meteorite moving with a speed of 90,000 kilometers an hour struck the Earth. When the impact occurred is uncertain, but scientists estimate it could have been between 35 and 50,000 years ago. It's the Earth's largest and only hypervelocity impact crater in basaltic rock, and this beautiful Lake Larnar can be described as a little-known astronomical marvel on Earth. A sea of stars. The Maldives is the perfect holiday destination because of its beautiful and scenic beaches, crystal blue waters and sunny skies. But one particular island here becomes the epitome of heavenly beauty during the summer months. It's not every day you get to see waves crashing along the shores that are fringed with neon blue sparkles. This gives the impression of a miraculous night sky in the ocean. That's why it's called the Sea of Stars. About this phenomenon, scientists are unable to pinpoint what's causing this beautiful night glow. All they know is summer brings the ideal conditions for this to occur. It's definitely not real stars in the sea. Most probably it's a bioluminescent phytoplankton known as the Lingulodinium. These plankton produce light with the help of a chemical called luciferin, which gets activated as a stress response to unanticipated movement in the water. This is actually the plankton's very own burglar alarm, and it tries to scare away any predators getting close. Well, on the other hand, the same defense mechanism is attracting tourists to them, ironically. The petrifying well. In Knaresborough by North Yorkshire is a well that seems like something ripped out of a story by H.P. Lovecraft. It's a place where water trickles down a cliffside that looks like a skeleton's grinning face, and where anything you place under the water will turn to stone. The process usually takes 3 to 5 months, but you can leave anything you own under the trickling water, and when you return, it'll be stone. People have left everything from teddy bears to bicycles there, and everyone has been transformed into a statue. For a long time, people believed that the well was cursed by a witch. Scientists today, though, have found that the water just has an unusually high mineral content. As a result, it creates a hard mineral shell over anything it touches, just like how stalactites are formed in caves. The Ringing Rocks. At the top of a hill in Pennsylvania, there's a field full of strange rocks, and nobody knows why they're there. There's no higher cliffside nearby, so they couldn't have fallen through a landslide, and the natives that knew about it before European settlers arrived believed it to be a natural phenomenon. Their being there is hardly the strangest part, though. Instead, that honour goes to the sound they make when you hit them, a chiming ring that sounds almost like the cymbal on a drum kit. There are theories, but we aren't completely sure why they make this strange noise. One person investigating them, though, found that they're making it on their own. When you hit a single rock, it lets out a low-frequency tone that can't be heard by human ears. When you put them together, though, the tones interact, and that's the sound that we actually hear. Twin Town. Experts who visited the remote tropical village of Kadini in Kerala have been left scratching their heads over the phenomenon that's seen almost 6 times as many twins born than the global average. Baffled doctors are trying to unravel the mystery of this Indian village boasting more than 220 sets of twins born to just 2,000 families. In 2008 alone, 15 pairs of twins were born in the village out of 300 healthy deliveries, and this year is expected to top that number. In the last 5 years alone, up to 60 pairs of twins have been born, with a rate of twins increasing year on year. What's fascinating is the increasing number of twins with each passing year. Some speculate that it's the chemicals in the water that's causing the birth of twins, but the truth of the fact is that no one knows the answer to this mystery. For now, Kadini remains an unsolved mystery. Amazing Mount Roraima. We're all aware that mountains are formed when two tectonic plates crash and buckle up the Earth, but if that's the only theory we've got, how do we explain this perfectly flat plateau of Mount Roraima? Correctly titled the Tabletop Mountain, this rock is the highest point of the Pacaraima mountain chain of South America.
Why not
The massive
Why would
plateau
you
is
not
around
say
20
this?
square miles in size and is more than 9,200 feet tall. Explorers and researchers find it quite difficult to scale the peak of this mountain. So how come Roraima is flat? The answer is that this mountain didn't rise from the ground. Researchers think that this mountain began to form when sand settled down and started to form a rock called sandstone at the bottom of the oceans. Scientists believe this was around 2 billion years ago. This means it took almost half of the Earth's
Oh, that's
life,
good, Mark. Good to see you, brother.
for this to occur.
I've had a busy day.
After the level of
A
the
little
ocean
tired.
dropped, erosion chiseled down the
That's
areas
good
around
news.
the plateau,
Hope you're well.
and this is how the ancient flat mountain is believed to have come into being. If that wasn't enough to excite you, let us tell you that this mountain is also home to thousands of animal and plant species that are exclusive to this area and aren't found anywhere else in the entire world. Underwater river. Confused? You're not
Earl
alone.
of Grey.
Imagine swimming deep in the ocean only to find a river in the middle of the ocean. Yep, that's what happened to the deep-sea divers who explored this site. There's a river that lies at the bottom of the Black Sea that has waves, rapids, waterfalls,
Pico.
and everything you'd typically expect from an above-ground
There
river.
you go,
While the river
Dad,
underneath the Black Sea is one of the most popular ones, several more exist, including one under the sea in Mexico.
East India.
It's such an interesting phenomenon to study. Devil's Kettle. As far as natural mysteries go, the Devil's Kettle in Minnesota is one of the most intriguing ones. At a particular point along the Brule River, the river's water splits into two. One split continues its course onto the Lake Superior, and the other split, well, we have no clue where it goes. Scientists know it has to end up somewhere, but we don't know where that is. Scientists first tried putting dye into the kettle and waited to see which part of the lake turns up colours. It was a futile effort. Nothing turned up. Next, they decided to try it with ping pong balls. They also vanished without a trace. What the heck is going on? We all know that the laws of science dictate that the water has to turn up somewhere. Even if it's being stored underground, there should be markings and it should be traceable. Aliens, parallel universe, glitch in our programming, some Mayan trick. Your guess is as good as mine. A peculiar pond. Ponds are usually deep blue or green in colour depending on the amount and the kind of vegetation present in them. But this one is coloured quite differently as compared to the others. Located in Hokkaido, Japan, the blue pond is extremely rare and it has a vibrant shade of blue that some say looks like it's made of Kool-Aid. This pond was artificially formed in the year 1988 after a dam was built in the Bay River. The reason behind forming this was to keep the volcanic mud flows from Mount Takachi from reaching the town nearby. But why is the colour so beautiful and vibrant? According to scientists, it's because of the high concentrations of aluminium hydroxide in the water that's hard to dissolve, and thus remains suspended in the water, and also reflects sunlight in a particular way. So, depending on the weather, the water either appears clear blue or jade green. The sulphur in the water from the Reno volcano also bleaches the rocks at the bottom of this pond, leaving it looking like a blank canvas. The sleeping city of Kalachi. City of Kalachi, Kazakhstan, is not Disney's creation. It's as real as it gets. Citizens of Kalachi face a very peculiar epidemic. People just collapse into naps randomly, even while walking on the road. They also report memory loss, fatigue, and hallucinations. The epidemic affects people from all genders and ages. Kazakhstan has even recommended evacuations, but they are no closer to solving the problem. One theory suggests that the residents are facing some kind of radiation poisoning since the area is near a uranium mine. However, there are flaws in the theory. All the blood tests and other monitoring has turned up zero evidence. Secondly, there's a town which is closer to the mine than Kalachi, and they've reported no such epidemic. Circles of Namibia. There is an ecological mystery sitting throughout Namibian deserts. There are fields of grass with circles carved in them at regular intervals. The circles are almost perfectly created and can range from 10 to 65 feet in diameter. P.S. If you're thinking of the movie Signs, you're not alone. Forget explaining the circles. Scientists are not even sure of the more basic questions such as, why are there circles? Why not any random shape? Nothing grows in these circle patches. Scientists have come up with various theories and all have been debunked almost immediately. In 2013, Norbert Jürgens, an environmental scientist, said that termites were the cause of the circles. But in 2015, biologist Walter Chinkel tested the hypothesis and disproved it. Never-ending lightning storm. In western Venezuela, over the Catatumbo River, there is a storm that never ceases. Starting at 7 p.m. every night, lightning crashes over the water for 10 hours, 260 nights each year. Nobody knows for sure why it happens. Up until recently, the leading theory was that it had something to do with uranium in the bedrock, although scientists are starting to doubt that. Today, the leading theory is a complicated one. It posits that the shape of the mountains causes warm trade winds to collide with cold air from the Andes. That collision is then fueled by the rapidly evaporating water below and methane from a nearby oil field. Nobody actually knows for sure, though, why it happens. Everything about it is mysterious, including one moment in 2010 when it inexplicably stopped. One day, the storm just died down without explanation and seemed for a while to be over. Then, after 6 weeks of silence, it sparked up again and has been raging ever since. Potomsky Crater. When one geologist stumbled across a massive mound 65 years ago, he had no idea his discovery would spark one of the world's strangest scientific mysteries. The site in Irkutsk, Siberia, was discovered in 1949 and is a huge convex cone with a funnel-shaped recess and a rounded hill in the middle, which looks a little like an eagle's nest with an egg nestled inside it. The origin of the Potomsky Crater has baffled scientists for decades, and theories for its existence have ranged from a nuclear blast to a secret gulag mine and even a meteorite strike. Half a ton of samples were taken from the site. The samples led scientists to dismiss ideas of a uranium ore explosion, as the background radiation at the site is low and no uranium has been found nearby either. This left them with two main theories, one of a volcano and the other of a meteorite. However, the mysterious site has not given up any meteoritic material, and the area is not thought to be volcanic. In fact, there are no volcanoes within thousands of kilometers of the Potomsky Crater, and it also seems to be relatively new. The fact that the crater is alive, as its shape changes constantly by rising and falling, and that the trees nearby the site are reported to grow abnormally fast, adds to the mystery. People who visit the crater often report feeling more drained of energy the closer they get. In 2005, the leader of an expedition to the crater died of a heart attack on reaching the area. No one knows for sure what's causing these strange phenomena. Ram Setu. Ram Setu, or Rama's Bridge, is a causeway that's created across the sea connecting Pamban Island in Tamil Nadu to Mannar Island in Sri Lanka. Scientific studies have determined that the Polk Strait is a natural bridge formed by limestone shoals. However, Hindu mythology says that it was built by Lord Rama with the help of Vanara and the monkey army. He had to construct this bridge to reach Sri Lanka as his wife Sita was kidnapped and was imprisoned there. Surprisingly, the time of Ramayana, 5000 BCE, and the carbon analysis of the bridge sync properly. This causeway is visible from an aerial view even to this day. The whole issue of Ram Setu is mysterious, and that makes us talk about it even more. It's said that Rama's Bridge was above sea level. Even some historical records suggest that it was walkable till the 15th century. Even the estimated depth is around 3 to 30 feet in the area of this causeway. Even though the Rama Bridge is inside the water, the ships cannot sail on it. The water here is shallow with the level of depth varying at certain points. Hence, ships from India have to take another roundabout route to reach Sri Lanka. Ramayana mentions that the Setu was constructed with floating stones. Surprisingly, such floating stones are scattered across Ramaswanam even to this day. What do you guys think? Is it man-made, or was it really constructed by Lord Rama and his monkey army? If it's man-made, how do you explain the floating stones? The disappearing lake. Rivers might run, but lakes stay where they are, right? Tell that to the Lugarima in Northern Ireland. Sometimes it's there and sometimes it's not. A few geologists and explorers have attempted to study it, but the deeper they search, the more complex it gets. The lake actually drains itself out to such a degree that passers-by wouldn't even be able to tell there was ever a lake in that very same spot. Where does the water disappear to? No one knows. Paul Wilson, who is a pro in analysis of aerial and ground reconnaissance images, has gone the extra mile to analyse maps from the geology surveys in search
I
of
didn't
clues.
say that, sweetheart.
He conducted an experiment
Maybe
to
you
try and follow the
misunderstood what
trail
I
of the
said.
vanishing water. He put some dye in the
I didn't
Lugarima,
say
and it
that.
helped him
Maybe you
trace the flow of the
misunderstood
water
what
to
I
a dry
said.
riverbed. How the water flows from the lake to that point and back is not
I
clear.
wasn't here to see if he
Analytics
came or
started
not
a comparative
anyway.
look of another similar vanishing lake to get some deeper insight.
No, I said
Canada's
something
Medicine
else.
Lake is on a limestone landscape called
That's it,
karst.
man.
For this vanishing lake, it's been confirmed that each year water drains through the karst landscape beneath it through sinkholes that dissolve over time to form a big cave. Indeed, there's limestone in the Lugarima area. It's however not that simple in Ireland as it is in Canada. Karst limestone typically has large caverns under the ground, but this is not the case with Lugarima. Adding more to the mystery, that amount of water that's coming out of the river is twice the amount that's actually going into the river. This mysterious phenomenon still remains a mystery. Underwater waterfall. Waterfalls are some of the most beautiful and natural sights to see in the world. Not to mention, they can be
Watching
very
young
romantic.
children.
Want to take it to the next level? Visit the underwater waterfall. This waterfall can be found near
one of my
Africa
favorites.
and South America, and it's caused by the strength of the current that pushes water downwards. The scientific term for this underwater waterfall is actually Kelvin-Helmholtz waves, but underwater waterfall does sound cooler. But all may not be exactly as it seems. What you're witnessing that looks like an underwater waterfall is actually sand from the shores of Mauritius being driven via ocean currents off of that high coastal shelf and down into the darker ocean depths of the southern tip of the island. If you're worried that Mauritius is about to lose
He
all
just
its
got a
beautiful
bag of
white
food
sand
a
to the
couple
depths of
hours
the
ago.
ocean, don't be.
Huh?
Martha Strange Lights. Martha's official slogan is, tough to get to, tougher to explain, but once you get here, you get it. Fittingly, a series of strange events has transformed this tiny town in the middle of nowhere into a place like nowhere else. 50 miles from the Mexican border and 200 miles from the nearest major airport, Martha is a dusty dot of a town with one traffic light and fewer than 2,000 people in the remote reaches of far west Texas, known as El Despoblado, the uninhabited. On a wide shoulder of Highway 90 just east of Martha in the Presidio County, curious people gather on clear nights to view a ghostly phenomenon. As dusk begins to fall, strange lights appear to hover in the air and then disappear unprompted. The lights have been described as otherworldly. Witnesses claim to see the lights dart in one direction or another, change colour and apparently dissolve just as swiftly as they appeared. They're called the Martha Lights. They're a largely enigmatic phenomenon that's confounded and intrigued Texans for generations. But just what exactly are they? Theories abound as to just what causes them. Some people believe the mysterious lights are paranormal in essence. The Texas state scientists spent 20 nights using spectroscopic technology to observe the lights. Both studies came to similar conclusions, that the Martha lights were most likely caused by the headlights of cars driving by on Highway 67 or by small campfires in the distance, although some people who've seen the lights vehemently deny this solution. Michael Hall wrote a piece on the subject for Texas Monthly in 2006 entitled "The Truth is Out There." Hall's article explored both magical and scientific explanations for the lights. The Michigan Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle enjoys global renown, but in the United States, a similar phenomenon is little known outside Michigan. It too is triangular in nature. This is an eerie area in which mysteries endure. Scientists have never managed to get to the bottom of what goes on in the Michigan Triangle. Like its more famous counterpart, this is a place that defies possibilities. Stretching between Ludington, Benton Harbor and Manitowoc, Wisconsin on Lake Michigan, sailors entering the triangle are taking a risk. The schooner Thomas Hume disappeared in 1891 with its crew, and no trace has ever been found. But others have followed and paid a similar price. In 1921, the Rosa Belle was discovered damaged and upturned, its 11 crew members nowhere to be seen. Theories abound, but science has been unable to find an answer. Some think there's a time portal here, while others believe that UFOs are responsible. Like the Bermuda Triangle, this is an impossible place that actually exists. No life despite abundant water. There's a place on Earth which does not harbour any form of life despite presence of water. Hot, saline, hyperacid ponds in the Dalol geothermal field in Ethiopia. It means that the presence of liquid water on a planet, which is often used as a habitability criterion, does not directly imply that it has life. Living beings, equally microorganisms, have a surprising ability to adapt to the most extreme environments on our planet, but not at the Dalol geothermal field. The infernal landscape of Dalol, located in the Ethiopian depression of Danakil, extends over a volcanic crater full of salt, where toxic gases emanate and water boils in the midst of intense hydrothermal activity. It's one of the most torrid environments on Earth. There, daily temperatures in winter can exceed 45 degrees Celsius, and there are abundant hypersaline and hyperacid pools with pH values that are even negative. Kelimutu Volcano. Kelimutu is a small but well-known volcano in central Flores Island of Indonesia, close to the small town of Moni, about 50 kilometers to the east of Ende. At the summit of the volcano, there are 3 crater lakes of varying colors. Although they share the crest of the same volcano and are practically side by side, the lakes periodically change colors from red and brown to turquoise and green, independent of each other. The peculiar colors and thick mist surrounding the volcano have earned Kelimutu a supernatural reputation. Local villagers believe that the spirits of the dead go to rest in one of the lakes based upon the deeds performed on Earth. No one really knows why or how they change colour, except that it has something to do with the minerals in the still active volcano underneath. What fascinates geologists is that the lakes have different colours, yet are all at the crest of the same volcano. Well, if you're thinking that this is the mystery of this place, then I suggest you hold on. These are one of the colours in which you can expect to see the lakes. Sometimes, the colours even change to white or red because of the proximity of each lake with the underlying volcano. However, the change of their hue is unpredictable. Tourists have also seen one of these lakes in dark brown colour. Unbelievable, right? Asdalen Valley Lights. The thought of mysterious light floating in the night sky directs us straight towards extraterrestrial activity. And in this Norwegian town, the locals have gotten used to seeing a blinding array of lights floating across the night sky. Scientists are puzzled by this phenomenon, while the alien enthusiasts couldn't be more excited. These flashing orbs can be seen as big as cars, but tend to vary greatly in size, therefore prompting the space nerds to think it's a sign of alien activity. However, there's no scientific evidence to prove that. Since the early 2000s, scientists have been trying to pinpoint their origins, but have failed miserably. Most, however, agree that they're caused by a natural object with properties resembling those of a battery buried underground, though this is just a theory that's yet to be verified. Stone Forest of Shilin. China is huge and hence is home to a variety of unique natural objects and anomalies. One of these weird existences is the Shilin Stone Forest located in Kunming. It's believed to be around 270 million years old and is spread across a whopping 186-mile area. These unbelievable rock formations look like an assembly of stalagmite-like pillars that are huge. According to geologists, this forest was formed by seismic activity, water and wind erosion over millions of years. The most popular in this forest is the Ashima stone that's believed to have been formed as a tribute to a beautiful girl named Santi. Legend says she was turned into stone when she ran into the forest after she was forbidden from marrying the love of her life. The Devil's Tower. This one-of-a-kind geological structure may not
It's an awful big burger. I don't think I eat a whole burger anyway, so.
It's considered one of the most spiritually significant places on Earth.
You can do whatever you want. I just cut it in half anyway.
Spielberg film called Close Encounters of the Third Kind. It's around 1,267 feet tall and is a sacred religious landmark for many national and Native American tribes. They believe this area is laced with divine spiritual properties. The rock has quite a few oral historic narrations and creation myths. The Arapaho called it Bear's Tipi, while the Kiowa call it a loft on the rock or tree rock. Because of its religious importance, it holds great value among the extraordinary geological structures found in North America. Surtsey. This island in the middle of nowhere has everyone confused. It mysteriously emerged in the ocean, first spotted by the crew of an Arctic trawler that was close to Iceland, where they saw smoke rising from the surface of the sea. They had no idea about it at the time, but they just saw a new island being born. This volcanic island appeared off the southern coast of Iceland and was given the name Surtsey after a fire giant from Norse mythology. Though the island kept growing over decades, it had achieved a size of 1,640 feet within the first week. The eruption kept going for about 3.5 years, while the lava helped form its structure against the enormous sea waves that would have otherwise swept it under. Though Surtsey is most famous, it's not the only island that has emerged in the Pacific over recent years. Myanmar's Golden Boulder. This terrifying boulder is resting still on the edge of a cliff, defying quite a few laws of physics. Nothing short of a miracle, this boulder in Myanmar is considered sacred by the locals and is painted with gold. It may seem like a scene from a movie, but the boulder sits half fixed to the edge of this cliff that you see, while the other half is suspended in the air. It might be an astonishing sight, but this boulder is an accident waiting to happen. It could slip and fall any day and crush whomever is unlucky enough to be caught underneath it. This 25-foot tall rock sees thousands of visitors daily, most of whom are pilgrims curious to witness this mysterious spiritual rock. Legend says this boulder is placed over a single strand of Buddha's hair, which is the reason why it defies gravity and doesn't fall down the cliff. Salah de Uyuni. This one looks like a scene from a science fiction film, but let us assure you, despite being extremely inhospitable salt flat, Salah de Uyuni is as real as it gets. It's located in Bolivia and is considered one of the most stunning natural formations found in South America.
Not at
This
all.
wonderful vista covers an area of 4,050 square miles. It has officially been deemed the largest salt flat in the world. Scientists claim this flat formed when a prehistoric lake evaporated millions of years ago, leaving behind this thick layer of salt. extending so far it's unbelievable. And when this gets covered by a layer of water coming from the enemy overflowing water bodies, it turns into a reflective surface, gives the impression of a natural mirror facing the sky. Göbekli Tepe. Scientists believe that humanity branched out to form a society in a very calculated and structured manner. They say that initially man invented farming, which in turn led to the invention of building and permanent settlements with a communal life, after which religion and culture found their way to these communities. But the discovery of Göbekli Tepe has left a question mark on this entire timeline. Situated close to the city of Urfa in Turkey, these remains of a 12,000-year-old temple tell an entirely different story about how civilization began. The remaining pillars can be seen having many fine carvings, mostly of animals like lions, scorpions and vultures. According to experts, this was a place of worship and is even older than the Neolithic structures, including Stonehenge. But the most incredible fact about this temple is that it was built before humans even began farming in this region. How the ancient people who lived off of hunted game were able to become devoted worshippers without forming settlements and growing their own food is beyond the understanding of scientists. Some analysts suggest that this is some kind of a memorial spot or a spiritual site for the hunters to defeat their fears of the wild beasts encroaching on their territories. Others think that the site indicated that civilization came into being much earlier than we currently believe it did. Will we ever know? The Blue Volcano. The peak of Kawah Ijen volcano in Java, Indonesia, just looks like a usual volcano crater during the daytime, but at night the same crater transforms into something unbelievable. The mountain lights up with blue flames at the summit, about 900 feet above sea level. This gives the impression that neon blue lava is coming out of the peak. But what happens is that the enormous sulfur reserved in the Kawah Ijen volcano, present in gas, liquid and solid form, escapes the cracks in the surface and comes in contact with oxygen in the air. This sets the sulfur on fire and it burns blue and also at a lower temperature than other fuels, therefore creating this stunning visual. Though the sulfur is burning continuously, the flames are only visible in the darkness. The local sulfur miners use this nighttime blue light to help them navigate the area for gathering solid rock like sulfur reserves at night. Hang Son Doong. Also known as the deepest and longest cavern on planet Earth, Hang Son Doong is situated close to the Vietnam border. This cave is among the largest natural caves of the world and is home to the greatest system of cave passages humanity has ever seen. The name of this cave means the Cave of the Mountain River, and it's called so because of the enormous subterranean river that flows through the internal rock. Analysts estimated that this cave is around 2 to 5 million years old. It's carved of limestone mainly and was discovered initially in 1991 by a local. Later in 2009, British cavers mapped out and explored this system, only to find out that it connects to a huge number of underground rivers and other cave systems in the vicinity. The cocooned trees. Floods in the year 2010 caused a whole lot of destruction in Pakistan, leading to mass displacements. Except humans weren't the only ones to migrate. Millions of spiders had to abandon their low-lying webs and climb into the trees. These poor insects were just trying to survive like everyone. In their search for shelter, they created some thick and weird-looking webs that cocooned entire trees. Those spiders weren't the only ones who contributed to these unique formations around the trees. Others like moth larvae were also involved. Besides Pakistan, this phenomenon has also been observed in Australia in 2012 when floods struck Wagga Wagga. The stuff you see blanketing the fields is all spiderwebs. These spiderwebs from the Linnefidae family release strands of web in the wind but then glide away. You all may be thinking the mud volcano was a joke as compared to flying spiders now. The Yellowstone supervolcano. Yellowstone National Park is famous for being one of the most breathtaking places on our planet. But this natural wonder also boasts incredibly dangerous geographic formations in the world too. The supervolcano of Yellowstone has kept scientists on the edge for decades now. The threat of this volcano erupting won't let them sleep peacefully at night. The colossal volcano and the impending explosion makes it the most dangerous volcano on Earth. The last eruption of this volcano was dated by scientists back to 640,000 years ago, while the first ever eruption of this supervolcano occurred around 2.1 million years ago, according to scientists. Since the last event, the volcano may seem fairly dormant with just some non-eruptive moments and lava flow. It's hardly dead or benign though. The geysers of this volcano are evidence of the volcanic activity still booming and thriving underground. That's why the volcano is strictly monitored for even the tiniest bit of movement continuously by a team of geologists. In case it explodes, humanity may require several centuries to recover from the impact. Pamukkale Hot Springs. Turkey is an ancient country that boasts one of the richest cultures and landscapes in the world. The Pamukkale Hot Springs are a unique geological formation that you won't find anywhere else. This small town in western Turkey is famous worldwide for its spring waters enriched with minerals. This water flows down a series of shimmering white terraces. The temperature of these springs is perfect in all seasons. The heat of these springs can be attributed to the underground volcanic and thermal activity occurring in the region. In total, there are 17 hot water springs in this place, and tourists from across the world pool in here every year to relax. Not to mention that a lot of them believe that this water has healing powers. Floating islands of Loktak Lake. Another wonder of nature situated in India is the Loktak Lake. It's the greatest and only freshwater lake in northeastern India. This lake has some pretty strange natural formations, resembling mini islands inside it. The mysterious series of floating islands is called Pundis. These are circular and mostly made of vegetation, soil and decomposing organic matter. These tend to function as a trampoline due to the sponge-like surface they've developed over time. Thousands of these tiny islands are dispersed across the lake. This water body is significant for supplying drinking and cultivating water to the locals of the area. The underwater ecosystem of this lake is pretty amazing too, and the local fishermen catch around 6.6 million fish from there annually. Red Beach in Panjin. Here's another wonderful and breathtaking scenery from China. This blood-red beach is a bizarre waterway situated on the Shuangtai River estuary. This unique colouring can be attributed to the excessive saline content and super high alkaline levels in the soil and water. Because of this chemical change, almost no species of plants can grow here, as they can't form roots in toxic conditions. Well, except for this one plant that has adapted well to the situation and is thriving in the area. The sea blight is a succulent that's exclusive to this red beach, which is probably called so because of the bright red colour of this abundant plant. The Centralia Mine. Located in Pennsylvania, Centralia used to be a vibrant town bustling with life and activity. Coal mining was their main and thriving industry, but as it turns out, the coal that fed the entire town was eventually what became the reason it burned down to ashes. Nowadays, the ground under this ghost town is literally on fire. If you visit this place, you'll come across smoke being emitted from the ground at quite a few places. But how did the ground underneath catch fire? Well, it was in May 1962 that the contents of a local landfill were being burnt down. Accidentally, the fire somehow reached the coal mines below and sparked a huge fire in these mines. The flames spread across the entire system of mines and consumed the enormous coal seams running through the underground tunnels. Yes, whether you believe it or not, that's true. This fire has been ablaze since the year 1962. This means these mines have been burning for over 50 years. The fire spread so far and got so out of control that the residents failed to put it out, despite trying every method possible. Over time, the ground under the streets got hotter. The temperature reached a scathing 900 degrees Fahrenheit. It got harder for people to survive in these adverse conditions. By the year 1981, the graves of the local cemetery were also lost to this fire, and huge sinkholes had formed in the ground that were throwing out smoke. Taking into account the dire situation and for the sake of the safety of residents, the government bought out the city in 1992, and since then it lays abandoned except for the 7 people who refuse to leave their homes and still live here as the fire slowly consumes the town. Hoover Dam defying gravity. This popular tourist attraction of Nevada has some quite unusual features. Built to control and harness the power of the Colorado River, the dam is about 726 feet in height. For perspective, that's more than twice the height of the Statue of Liberty. The unique construction of the funnel structure of the dam that directs the wind into a strong updraft produces a fake anti-gravity-like situation. You can see in the footage as the water flows upwards, seemingly defying gravity. You can see a lot of videos of people testing out this cool feature on the internet. Would you like to try it too? Tell us in the comments. The door to hell. In the barren desert of Turkmenistan lies what can be considered a literal portal to hell. This enormous gaping crater raging with fire is called Davarza Crater. This nightmare is about 100 feet deep and is quite an intriguing origin story. In 1971, a Soviet drilling operation went terribly wrong and resulted in the opening of this massive crater. It's about 225 feet wide. The Soviets were drilling to extract natural gas, a resource Turkmenistan is pretty rich in. But the gas leaking out of this crater became a huge problem as the build-up of this gas could poison the residents of the area or even cause an incredibly big explosion. They tried burning it off, hoping the gas would burn and vanish, but they had no idea how big this reserve of gas actually was. While they expected the crater to burn for a few weeks, then die down, what happened instead was that it continued to burn for tens of years and is still burning. This means it's been ablaze for more than 4 decades, though there are no official records to support this theory or to prove that this incident was what led to the formation of this hellish crater. Maybe it's the devil's doing? Who can say for sure? Bizarre Blue Hole. Belize has a coastline that mesmerizes just anyone. Well, that is until you come across this huge dark spot on the shore. It may seem like the eye of an enormous sea monster or an actual black hole in the bed. Also called Dean's Blue Hole, it's a nightmarish sinkhole that's filled with water. The lighter shores seem to be shallower and the hole does appear small, but it actually leads down to an underground cavern. The cave is around 330 feet in diameter and 663 feet deep. That's actually deep enough to accommodate a 60-story building inside it. This deep hole should scare away all swimmers, but divers actually love to take up the challenge of diving here, and they tend to do it without any breathing equipment. No one has managed to hit the bottom yet, but one diver did manage to swim down 331 feet in this dark pit. That's extreme. According to scientists, this bottleneck came into being during the previous ice ages, when the sea level was nearly 400 feet lower than it is in modern times. Surrounding limestone was dissolved away by the groundwater, leading to the collapse of a part of the ceiling. And when the sea levels rose, the cavern got filled with water. Ridiculous rocks. Only geologists tend to find rocks interesting, but this one mega rock has caught the attention of masses as it defies all the laws of nature and physics. Known as the Al Nasla rock formation, this is located in Al Tama, Saudi Arabia. Though it seems like this rock has been carved by an instrument straight down the middle, the slit is surprisingly completely natural. At the base, 2 small pedestals are separating the crazy boulders from the ground. It looks like a piece of art with the way these massive rocks rest on tiny pedestals, and that slit seems to have been carved out by an accurate laser. Geologists think that this split resulted from some sort of massive tectonic motion many thousands of years ago, shifting the ground underneath, causing the rock to split. Another theory states that this rock may have been part of an underground fault line. The internet conspiracy theorists, however, like to think that aliens with laser beams were what caused the rock to split. Moving mountains. Most mountains tend to change their position annually, though only by a few millimeters. This happens as the tectonic plates ground together in slow motion. But unlike these mountains, in Tanzania there's a mountain range that's moving at an unbelievable speed of 55 feet per year. However, if you look at them, they don't look much like mountains. They're better off being called the shifting dunes. Located in the Ngorongoro Conservation of Tanzania, these 33-foot tall and 330-foot wide mounds shift uniquely. Their sand is comparatively darker than the surrounding landscape. This is because the sand is enriched with an enormous amount of strongly magnetized volcanic ash. The magnetic property is so strong that throwing the sand in the air will cause it to clump and join the dune again. Therefore, when the dune sand is dragged by strong winds, it tends to stick together, and that's probably how these dunes are moving so fast. One thing scientists had a hard time explaining is how this ash came to exist here in the first place. But when the drag marks were tracked, they were found to have originated from the now extinct Ngorongoro volcano that they believe had erupted around 2.5 million years ago. Phenomenal Finkel's Cave. This site in Scotland will make you doubt your visual abilities for a good few moments. Known as the Isle of Staffa, this island appears to be perched above a jungle of hexagonal-shaped stilts. It may look man-made, but in reality it's a completely natural formation. The hexagonal structure is of volcanic origin and is basically columns of basalt. These were believed to have been created around 50 million years ago when the island was seemingly formed. A layer of smooth, well-mixed lava cooled evenly, and while that happened, each part of the lava shrank while pulling itself into evenly spaced centres. hence the fractured appearance of chunky, cooled lava. This phenomenon is called columnar jointing. The island also boasts a fascinating cavern called Fingal's Cave, which opens like a mouth lined with teeth made of hexagonal basalt. The cave came into being after a tilt in the tectonic pressure caused a crack to form in the basalt, which was eroded by the sea over the years to form this cave. There's a perfect path carved on the edge that seems man-made. The Eye of the Sahara. Undoubtedly the largest and hottest desert in the entire world, the Sahara Desert covers an area of about 3.6 million square miles. However, the entire desert isn't made of parched earth and sand. In Mauritania, the Saharan sands have led to the formation of a supersized structure that looks like a giant eye when viewed aerially. Stretching around 25 miles in diameter, this eye is actually visible from space. But what is this eye doing in the middle of the Saharan desert? Well, it's not an actual eye, we can say that for sure. Scientists think that this weird formation is an old volcanic dome that formed around 100 million years ago. Slowly building pressure from an expanding magma pocket forced this point in the Earth's crust to bulge, but this didn't explode, and they think that after 100 million years of getting eroded by the sand, this eye came into being. This erosion did wear the bulge down, revealing the onion-like rock layer beneath. This layer looks like a set of concentric circles carved in the land. This may seem plausible, but it's still a theory, as some think this might be the impact site of a meteor. We sure would like to know what the cause was. Silfra Rift. It's the only place on the planet where it's possible to swim directly between the two continents, North America and Europe. It's the place where the two massive tectonic plates meet and are slowly drifting apart at around 2 centimeters every year, causing earthquakes about once every decade. The rift sits in the gap between the North American and Eurasian continental plates, where an imperfect seam allows explorers into the watery depths an opportunity to dive towards the center of the Earth, where visibility is often as good as 300 feet between lava rock cliffs. Even the waters in Silfra are unique. Since no rivers flow into Pingvalavatan Lake, the water actually gets slowly extruded through the porous tectonic rock beneath the water's surface. This process filters the water and not only accounts for the lake's incredible clarity, but also makes the lake mostly safe to drink. Pushing water through stone is not very quick, no matter how porous the rock, so it takes between 50 to 100 years for the liquid to become part of the lake. Each drop of water in Silfra is likely over a century old. Photos of Silfra abound, and even amateur divers and photographers can find that their experience between the plates is like nothing else on Earth or in its waters. White Desert. Just a few hours from the bursting metropolis of Cairo lies a desert that'll make you feel like you've landed on the surface of the moon. Formed by centuries of erosion and sandstorms, these unique calcium rock formations crop up across the landscape like great abstract statues. Some that resemble food have been given names like mushroom and ice cream cone, while others have inspired some grandiose designations such as the monolith and Inselberg. Arguably the most characteristic of these peculiar natural formations is the famed chicken and tree, also called chicken and mushroom, or better yet, chicken and atomic bomb. Only in the White Desert will you encounter such a bizarre and awe-inspiring natural museum of chalk rock. Mud volcanoes. In 2001 in Azerbaijan, something unexpected happened. The ground began to move in an unusual way. It looked as though an animal was trying to get out of the ground. There was a big explosion and a huge flame started coming from the hillside. The flame was unbelievably big, about 300 meters high. It was surrounded by dense black smoke and lots of mud was being thrown into the air, recounted a local. Visible from 15 kilometers or 9 miles away, 3 days later the flames were still burning. What had taken place was an eruption, not one of magma, but of mud. Known as mud volcanoes, they form in places where pockets of underground gas have found a weak spot in the earth where they can force their way to the surface. Because they're not caused by magma, the mud volcanoes, rather than being hot, can be very cold indeed, just above freezing. Over 1,000 mud volcanoes are known to exist in the world, and some 400 of those are in the coastal area of Azerbaijan. While mud volcanoes never grow to the size of a normal volcano, topping out at around 10 kilometers in diameter and 700 meters in height, among the largest mud volcanoes in the world are Boyuk, Kanizagad and Turgay, both in Azerbaijan. They do occasionally get the chance to show off, as happened in 2001. Every 20 years or so, one of these mud or gas volcanoes will ignite deep below the surface and create a massive explosion. Saltiest pond on Earth. At the bottom of the world, in a frigid Antarctic desert, sits a weird pond only a few inches deep, but so salty it stays liquid even at temperatures of minus 58 degrees Fahrenheit. The source of the pond's unusually heavy and pure load of salt has been a geochemical mystery since it was discovered during a 1961 expedition. Scientists had generally assumed that Don Juan Pond, a play on the names of the expedition's helicopter pilots, was fed by deep underground water. But a widely publicised 2013 paper suggested that the salts came from a shallower source. The salt in Don Juan Pond isn't the same as the stuff that gets sprinkled on food. Instead, it's 95% calcium chloride, which significantly lowers the freezing point of water, helping the pond stay liquid even into the bitter Antarctic winter. It's rare for nature to produce a water solution so pure, said study co-author Jonathan Toner, a geochemist at the University of Washington. From a chemistry perspective, it's kind of like walking into the room and seeing a pink elephant, he told Live Science. Pink sands beaches. You may have heard of white and black sand beaches, but what about shores with pink sands? Though rare, several pink sand beaches can be found in countries around the world, including Greece and Indonesia. As if turquoise seas weren't stunning enough, pairing them with blush-coloured sands makes for a photo no Instagram filter can rival. Hinatuan Enchanted River. Hidden in the Philippine jungle is a short stretch of river that seems to pop up out of the ground just to send its miraculously clear blue water out to the sea. The Hinatuan Enchanted River in Mindanao, Philippines, is a flawless saltwater river that flows into the Pacific Ocean. It's around 80 feet deep and just barely long enough to be considered a river, yet the flow attracts visitors from around the world who want to experience the beautiful waters that locals have long thought to be miraculous. Its moniker, Enchanted River, came from a poem by Modesto Farallán. In fact, no one is sure exactly where the salt water emanates from, although the prevailing theory involves an underground cave system that spits the river out, free of any dirt or silt, which would usually cloud such a stream. Whatever the explanation, the clean waters are a natural wonder unlike any other. Local legends tell all sorts of stories about the river, one of which states that fairies added some mesmerizing colors of sapphire and jade to the river. Another legend states that the river is home to a mysterious fish that's impossible to catch. In 2017, the local government prohibited swimming in the main pool for preservation and maintenance. At the same time, they designated a swimming area some 33 feet or 10 meters away from the pool. Travellers should keep in mind that the infrastructure by the river is close to zero. Thus, there are no facilities to buy medicine or food. Sea splits into two. Kerala faced a really tough time in 2018 as the city witnessed the heaviest rains which almost submerged the entire city underwater, taking the lives of thousands of people and making them homeless. After the water from the recent floods receded, something amusing happened in one of the cities of Kerala, which took everyone by surprise. The locals of Panani in Kerala's Malappuram witnessed a new island-like structure surfacing along their beach. The narrow sand strip literally split the sea into two. This is indeed a natural phenomenon, and everyone was surprised to see it. This phenomenon really gained a lot of attraction among the locals as well as the tourists, and people actually visit here to take a long walk on the sand strip. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Don't even think of driving through the middle of the ocean, as authorities have warned that the sand strip could be washed away in the case of a high tide. Even though it was not immediately clear what was behind the formation of the unusual structure, people are still wondering how it happened. Well, until the mystery is unveiled, people are enjoying a walk on this, making it a memorable experience. Talakadu, India. It takes a few hours from Bangalore and about an hour from Mysore. As you travel, the entire region is abundant with green fields and water until you reach Talakadu, which is covered in dunes of sand. Once you enter the place, you'll feel confused whether it's a bank of a river or a beach. The desert mounds aren't barren, they're topped by eucalyptus trees standing upright like porcupine quills. What are stretches of desert doing in the midst of a fertile river valley? Green fields giving way to crouching houses is understandable, but houses giving way to a desert? What's going on?
Ma'am.
Geologists see it as an ecological disaster. The mystery of this phenomenon is unclear, as the area ought to have been fertile owing to its proximity to the river. It had earlier inhabited some 30 temples, which are now buried under the sand. According to local legend, Talakadu is cursed. Let Talakadu be filled with sand. Let Malangi become whirlpool, and Mysore kings shall not have children. A curse by a lady named Alamalama in the 16th century is said to have made Talakadu a desert in Karnataka. No one is quite sure of this unique place, and the mystery still remains. Thank you so much for watching, and if you enjoyed the video, please let me know by clicking the like button. Do share, write a comment, and don't forget to subscribe so that you can catch up my next video.
You do? Yeah. And that's why you don't have a computer.
The delicious Domino's pizza you're looking at is actually yesterday's leftover Domino's pizza. How do we do it?
From handmade paper and sacred metal mirrors in India to soy sauce fermented in 100-year-old barrels in Japan, and bells forged at the world's oldest foundry in Italy. We got an inside look at family businesses and artisans around the globe to see how their centuries-old traditions are still standing.
The custom of making ajrak goes back 5,000 years.
How they dye their pants.
It's a unique form of block printing, and it's an important part of the culture in southern Pakistan's Sindh province. The traditional method involves some unusual ingredients like camel and cow dung.
अजरक दुनिया में जो प्योर अजरक जो हम बनाते हैं जो इस एरिया में बनती है वो दुनिया में कहीं नहीं बनती.
But these days, customers are buying cheaper machine-made copies of these shawls. We visited the small town of Bhitsha to see how one traditional ajrak workshop is still standing. Imran Sumro started learning how to make ajrak from his father when he was 10, and they still work together today.
खुद को बहुत खुशनसीबी समझते हैं कि हमें मतलब मेरा जन्म ऐसे खानदान में हुआ जो अजरक सिंध की सकाफत को कैरी ऑन कर रहे हैं.
It all starts with stiff pure cotton called koda. Workers take the cloth to a nearby stream for its very first wash. They slap the cloth against the riverbanks repeatedly to squeeze out any excess water. Every single step is done by hand. So it can take almost a month to make one shawl. Then it's time for the most famous ingredient, ghisi. Camels used to be common in Bhitsha, but these days workers from a nearby town deliver the dung every day. It's mixed with water, baking soda and mustard oil to form a paste called saj. That's what gives ajrak its musty smell and eventually makes the colors pop. It takes a full bucket to soak 25 sheets. They dunk the fabric into the saj, then coil it again and again to soak up the paste. The cloth is soaked and dried at least 4 times before it goes back into the river for another wash. But they never let the fabric fully dry.
थोड़ा सा उसमें वो वेटनेस रखते हैं. आप 100 सालों के बाद भी आप देखेंगे तो उसमें से आपको खुशबू आएगी, उसमें से आपको बदबू नहीं आएगी.
After the raw fabric is treated for 4 to 5 days, it's finally ready to be stamped.
ये अजरक का मजमूई तौर पर चौथा प्रोसेस हो रहा है और प्रिंटिंग का पहला प्रोसेस हो रहा है और इसको बोलते हैं छुर यानी कि आउटलाइन.
One artisan creates the outline on all 40 pieces in the batch. There are only 3 to 4 traditional patterns that are still in use today. But the workshop can customize designs. A skilled block printer can finish 10 to 12 pieces in a day, but the hard work doesn't always pay off.
हमारे हाथ हम ये कहते हैं कि हमारे हाथ सोने के लेकिन मैंने इन सोने के हाथ वालों को मतलब जब वो बूढ़े हो जाते हैं तो भीख मांगते हुए भी देखा है और भूखा तड़पते हुए भी देखा है।
A high-end shawl from Imran's workshop costs up to $50, but you can pick up a machine version for about $1.
क्योंकि वो लेकिन हमारे काम में मेहनत बहुत है, काम बहुत है, इसलिए प्राइस भी बहुत ज़्यादा है। मतलब उसके हिसाब से जितने की वो देते हैं उतने का उससे ज़्यादा हमारा कपड़ा आता है कॉटन वाला।
Still, many people can't tell the difference between real and fake ajrak, but there are some signs.
वो नकल वाला मिशन वालों का उतरता है यार, हमारा कपड़ा फट सकता है, कलर नहीं उतरता।
Imran says that's because they don't use any chemical dyes.
मसाले होते हैं जो मिक्सचर्स होते हैं वो जो मतलब वो हर्ब्स एंड शर्ब्स हैं, जड़ी बूटियाँ, मतलब इसमें किसी भी तरह का कोई भी केमिकल यूजेज नहीं है।
For the next step called khat, workers fill the outline with black color. It starts to give the ajrak its signature look. Then a worker stamps an herbal paste all over the cloth so that dried cow dung can stick to the fabric. This process, known as kart, protects sections of the ajrak that shouldn't be dyed. Now the fabric is ready for its first dye.
The university offered to pay for us to go to California.
Slowly, each ajrak is dipped into this bubbly dye until it turns a deep navy.
That's fair. I'm so happy for you.
Workers take out the soaked sheets and lay them in the sun before they're washed again. The next stage demands a strong fire. Imran's father Muhammad fills a bhatti or clay oven with water along with alizarin pigment and an herb known as sakun.
अभी पाकिस्तान में जो आता है ना वो इंडिया से आता है। इंडिया और पाकिस्तान का जब भी हालात ख़राब होते हैं ये महंगा हो जाता है। बीच में बंद हो गया था ये 2-2.5 महीने, बहुत मुश्किल हुई लोगों, बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल।
Then Muhammad repeatedly dips the ajrak into boiling water. More and more pieces go into the bhatti. And eventually they're all left to simmer for at least an hour. Imran checks the pot regularly to make sure each piece is fully submerged. Other pieces are dyed in smaller pots. The patterns start to appear.
Positive, I read my chapter.
A worker lays out the ajrak by the
Negative, I
river
got
the
homework.
next morning.
No, I'm sorry.
Then the fabric is dyed, block printed,
Positive.
and washed
I'm almost
again
done with
to
this
enhance the
class.
colors.
Negative, the next one starts the day after.
Each
That's pretty
step
good,
leaves
yeah.
its mark, with the stark crimson contrasting with the indigo, black, and white. Archaeological records show that ajrak has been made in Sindh for over 5.
Come on, baby girl.
What else we got out here?
All right.
We went to Agnone in southern Italy to learn how this traditional bell foundry is still standing. The Marinelli family has been running the factory for 26 generations. Armando Marinelli sketches bell designs by hand the same way his ancestors did it.
Qui si fanno campane come si facevano 1000 anni fa.
Very large bells are cast in a pit like this, but it rarely happens nowadays. That's because the foundry only operates when there's demand. But the process of making smaller bells is pretty much the same.
Allora bisogna immaginare in questo momento 3 bicchieri, uno attaccato all'altro, rovesciati.
The bottom and the top cup create the shape of the bell. The middle layer looks exactly how the final bell will look, but it's made of clay, so it will eventually be destroyed to make way for the bronze. They start off by building the bottom cup, using bricks and clay.
Dobbiamo creare l'anima della campana, che è il profilo interno della campana.
It's a painstaking job to make sure the pile is level. Then, a worker slathers it with clay to create the middle cup, or what they call the false bell. A wooden ruler called the strickle sets the exact shape height, and weight of the final piece. This is the part that will be destroyed later. But before we get there, they have to bake the clay from the inside out until it's solid. While the false bell dries, sculptors prepare the decorations. They can use pre-made plaster molds or cast new ones. They place the pieces of wax on the false bell. Next, they apply more clay to form the top cup, called the mantle. It provides the outside shape of the bell with the wax designs embossed into it. Once this dries, they lift the mantle to expose the false bell. Then it's finally time to destroy it to make way for the bronze. This is what a small-scale fusion looks like. Larger bells need a lot more bronze. Once the metal hardens, they lift the mantle to reveal the final bell. For smaller bells, they break down the mantle by hand. The family's attention to detail is clear when they forge the handle in iron. Finally, workers like Antonio Deli Quadri polish the finished bells until they shine.
Siamo una famiglia di collaboratori dai Marinelli da 150 anni.
He's been working here for 6 decades, and at 84 years old, he's technically retired, but he takes pride in tuning the bells. He also leads tours around the workshop. On average, a 100-kilogram bell costs around 3,000 euros, and since it takes months to craft a single bell, they only make a few a year.
Quando viene una richiesta dall'estero, dall'America, e ci chiedono una campana nel giro di 15 giorni, un mese, purtroppo noi dobbiamo dire non è possibile. Noi con il tempo non potremo mai essere competitivi.
The Marinellis still face competition from other foundries who have modernized. Many rely on heavy machinery and reusable molds. Armando says he could modernize like this too, but only as a last resort.
Creare un pezzo meccanico sarà veramente, non dico un fallimento proprio sotto un punto di vista diverso, quello della soddisfazione che può dare una campana di questo.
When the family business started, bells had a very important role in mass communication.
Allora, immaginate le campane senza la corrente elettrica, senza gli orologi. È una funzione fondamentale. La campana era la sirena, l'allarme, c'era un incendio.
Today, Marinelli bells ring from iconic places, like the Leaning Tower of Pisa and the Vatican. And it's this historical connection to the Catholic Church that has kept the foundry running for so long. The church has accounted for about 90% of the foundry's business in recent decades. In 1924, Pope Pius XI granted the Marinellis an official recognition.
Questo qui è lo stemma vaticano che ci è stato dato dal Papa e lo stemma pontificio, questo qui, Andrea Marinelli, Agnone, Molise.
And they've cast many celebratory bells over the years, like the one for Pope John Paul II's Millennium Jubilee.
Ci emozioniamo sempre perché è un'emozione che va oltre ogni pensiero di piacere. Non si può dire quello che uno prova con la sensazione di questo santo che è venuto a casa tua.
But the foundry has also seen desperate times throughout its long history. Nazi troops occupied it in World War II.
Penso sempre ai miei nonni che hanno vissuto la guerra, un periodo bruttissimo perché si era fermato tutto, rompono le campane e allora diventano i cannoni.
And then a fire in the 1950s destroyed the original foundry and many of its historical records. Now, in the 21st century, Armando is looking for ways to keep the business afloat.
La passione che ci fa fare tutto in vista della nostra fonderia. Adesso che la Chiesa sta soffrendo un po' di questa della fede, dei fedeli che seguono la Chiesa.
Christianity's popularity is declining in many countries across the world, especially places like the US and Western Europe that have historical Christian majorities. With fewer churches being built, demand for bells is low. Also, quality bronze bells like the Marinellis can last centuries. So the family is diversifying. They've created a museum inside the foundry to attract more tourists. They also take some lucrative sculpting jobs. Armando's son, Ettore, is one of the foundry's sculptors.
Io sono la 27ª generazione e tutte queste generazioni mi pesano molto sulle spalle, essendo giovane, cioè la mia mente spazia anche altre cose più innovative. Ovviamente adesso ci sono i computer, le stampanti 3D, cioè io non è che non ci ho pensato a queste cose, ci penso tutti i giorni. È un po' anche una paura di mandare all'aria 1000 anni di storia.
So for now, he's sticking with making all these designs by hand.
Tra me, mio fratello e ho altri 2 fratelli, il figlio di zio Pasqualino, la figlia di zio Pasqualino, sicuramente la 28ª generazione penso sia salva. Poi sono più preoccupato per la 29ª, 30ª.
Overall, the family's focus is on creating art, so the Marinellis have faith that the timeless nature of their work will help them survive.
La campana in sé per sé è quell'oggetto che ci fa compagnia, alcuni suoni perché mi fa momenti lieti e purtroppo momenti tristi. La campana ha sempre dato un senso alla vita dell'uomo.
Glassblowers have been creating works of art on this small Venetian island for more than 700 years. Today, the very thing that powers Murano's industry could kill it. Gas prices are skyrocketing, and many furnaces have been forced to shut down.
Se le cose continuano così, di sicuro non si può andare avanti.
Chiara Taraglio runs one of the only women-owned workshops on the island. In February, she spent the inheritance from her mother's death to keep her business going.
Per tenere dei lavori per quando poi il prezzo si eventualmente riabbasserà, altrimenti dovremmo prendere una scelta e vedere cosa fare.
And it all comes at a time when the trade is already struggling.
Se oggi non abbiamo giovani, dobbiamo ringraziare qualche vecchio maestro che ha voluto partire con i propri segreti e ha fatto un danno all'isola e basta. E i giovani allo stesso tempo.
So amid a gas crisis and with a dwindling workforce, how is this industry still standing? Chiara and her partner Mariano Liboni launched their business in September 2021, just weeks before gas prices in Europe spiked. They're waiting to find out whether the government relief program will reimburse them for 3 months of gas bills.
Tutto ciò che è soffiato, questo tipo di lavorazione, parte da una bolla.
They like to bring a feminine spin to their pieces, like this vase.
Abbiamo voluto unire quel tocco un po' più divertente e moderno, aggiungendo delle piccole tette qua e là.
Today, they're making a prehistoric Venus statue. Chiara builds up molten glass at the end of the rod. Any excess glass drips into a pan, called a farasa.
Questo liquido fluido, che è quasi come miele, tende a seguire la gravità.
Between trips to the furnace, she shapes the glass.
Quando giri velocemente un pezzo, puoi aprirlo più facilmente e la forma diventa dritta.
Chiara grew up in Italy, but learned American glassblowing techniques while working in Seattle.
Quindi in realtà qua è molto più difficile lavorare il vetro.
Harder because they need to work faster, especially when running the furnaces is so expensive. And they still need to pay attention to every detail.
C'è sempre il rischio di rottura in diciamo qualunque momento, quindi è un lavoro abbastanza rischioso.
They spend a lot of time standing in front of the 2,000-degree oven.
È come quando riscaldi i marshmallows davanti al fuoco, gli amici.
The gas furnace is what links this tiny business to the global economy. That's because Europe imports about 40% of its natural gas from Russia, which has been limiting the supply. Gas prices have already gone up after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And people here worry it could get worse. Back in November, the Veneto region set aside 3 million euros to help offset glassmakers' expenses. But it wasn't enough to keep some glassblowers from shutting down their furnaces. Gas became a crucial part of the industry in the 1950s. But the history goes back much further. The craft took off in Murano back in 1291, when Venetian officials ordered all glass blowers to relocate to the small
They're
island
playing this
to prevent
Star
the risk of
Trek,
fire on the
and
mainland.
then all of a sudden a commercial.
Murano's reign over the industry peaked around the 15th century with the invention of transparent glass. But many glassmakers moved abroad in the 1630s when the plague triggered a financial
I'm
crisis.
getting out of here. I'm tired.
Some masters kept the art alive by
Been a good
reviving
day,
traditional
but,
techniques during the 1800s.
I'm gonna get out
Another
of here.
artist, Giancarlo Signoretto, started working in glass as a kid by making.
I'm tired. Hope you have a good night. I got work to do tomorrow, so I probably won't see nobody tomorrow till the evening either. We'll see. I'll see if there's somebody to raid, I guess. I'm wore out.
Crazy. They're celebrating.
There you go. Go see her. Give her a raid. Alright, go raid her. So have fun, guys. We'll see you later. I had to go pee. Catch y'all later. Go say hi to Crimson Raid. Crimson Rain. Have a good one. I go to the restroom. See y'all later. Goodbye. Tomorrow's Friday.